Brr, en la brr, y ella se traga el yogur.
Hello, everyone. How's it going? Oh, everything's good? Yes. Hello, Corey. Lovely to see you. Welcome in. Good morning, Shepherd. How are you doing? Hello, Yogurt. Did the sound play? I think I did set it up today. Oh, yeah. Okay. I gotta fix me being so green. Apparently, I'm very green these days. I am olive skin tone, so that makes sense. Hi, Blue. Welcome in. Hello, Grulion. Hello, Sigurd. Let's open up this beer in case Sigurd redeems the cheers. Cheers to all of you. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Oh my god. And cheers, Judah, for the 25 consecutive streams. Meowdy, back to you. Am I looking green? And Yenny, thank you for the 9 months. Sorry, I just saw that. Cheers to you, my friend. What is Pop Nemo? Let me open up my browser. I can see the emoji better. Oh, Nemo is a dog? Woof woof. Back to you, Yenny. Hello, Seth. Welcome in. Hello, Afrosax. Welcome in as well. It played. The sound played. Good. Good, good, good. I'm green. I'm She-Hulk. Okay, well, I think I know what it is. Wait, let me... I think I put a filter on. There we go. There we go. That's better. I just thought it was a bit warm. Guess not. Paisley green. And then, wait, let me... So lighting it's not so bright in my eyes. Is that okay? Hello, Willow. What the hell? Back to you. Parka, thank you for the lurk. Useless lingo. The Grinch stream. God, okay, yes. Green it is, I guess. Hello, Flapjack. Good morning to you as well. That's better. Okay, good. Good, 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 good. Welcome in, everyone. How's everyone doing? How's everyone's... I want to say Monday, but I'm not 100% sure. I believe so. What does everyone think about my haircut? I feel like, unfortunately, has anyone seen The Teacher in Recess? It's Tuesday for you. No, it's not. Is it? No, it's not. Hi, Lena. How you doing? Yeah, welcome in. Happy to have you here from the start. Hello, Unlucky Slash. Horrid day, but it's over now. Yeah, Monday's over at least. No, yes, this. I feel like I've done this to myself a little bit. I feel like this is my haircut now. God, there's always an awful reference for my haircuts. Tuesday for you, Corey. That I believe. That I do believe. Exhausted. Helped your friend move, but that is like a rewarding exhausted. He lived on the 3rd story without an elevator. Without an elevator? Yikes. Hello, Smart. The famous singer Sting has been kidnapped. The police have no lead. Fine. That's an okay joke. You know what's so funny, Smart? Paco Amoroso and Castriel, the like Argentinian duo I love. I went to their concert and so did Yogurt. They have Sting narrate their concert. It is so much fun. They did a video together. Because apparently Sting, oh my god, I didn't know he was bald. Actually, I guess I did know this, actually runs a wellness... I'm just kind of surprised because it says a satirical wellness cult narrative where Sting acts out their wellness mentor. But I thought Sting actually did run a wellness center. Funny, Willow. Tuesday for you as well, Shepard. True, Europe's in Tuesday. Reese's was one of my favorites too. Oh my god. Deadlier Giraffe. That is so awesome to read. After months of watching VODs, you get to finally catch a live stream for the first time. Oh my god. That is insane to me. Someone found me through the VODs. Happy to have you here. Welcome in. The haircut is too long. Was hoping for a chic Fleabag style. I don't have the head for Fleabag haircut. Unless you mean it's French Claire. I like how we've looked this up before. This, no, I can't, obviously cannot rock this. It's my dream to rock this haircut, but I think you need a bit of an angular face, and I got a bit of a round face. I did Willow. It seems very, very tragic. Ah, definitely very tragic. Mohawk, yeah, sure. Exhausted parent of a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old. Ooh, you're doing it on hard mode. You know, me and my partner were just like, you had your second at 3, I guess. No, is my math off? No, my math is right. We're still at 2, and we're like, no, no, there's no second coming. Definitely not. Although I was holding my friend's baby the other day, and I was like, I don't know, like it's kind of nice, but then you have to remember it's also evil. My friend was like, well, I shouldn't shame my friend, but she's like, it's so easy to have a kid. And I was like, yeah, you've got a nanny and a daily cleaner. And she's like trying to convince me to have two. I'm like, hell no. There's a reason your sister and you're 7 years apart. Which one's the older one, Bat? Because the older one's the problem child in that scenario. When parents have two kids back to back, you know the older one was a good kid. Your sister was the problem child. Oh my god, look at all these children. First child, 14th of April in Aries, 2011. Second, a year later, Flapjack? Flapjack. Oh my god, what were you thinking? Tell me that was an accident. And then third, 1st of June 2016. Ooh, I wonder if any of those are accidents. I wonder if it's the one that happens 4 years later or the one that happens a year later. Zombie mode for a few months. Definitely gets easier. Very sweet seeing them interact most of the time. Ugh. Yeah, maybe if I get a job. That's been our conversations. Like if we need money. If we have money. I have to say, I don't know if I should disclose this, but I went to my doctor the other day, like the other month, and she was basically, and this is the funny thing, she's also my mom's doctor, and she's my doctor, and so she knows my mom, and she's like, well, why aren't you having a second child? I was like, first of all, why are you asking me this? I was like, oh, it's really hard and we don't have the money. And she's like, well, if your mom helped more, you could have a second child. I was like, yes, true, but also, why are you saying this? Hi, Juan, how you doing? Welcome in. Hola. In this economy, exactly. Your friend said last night the parents of only childs are cruel and they should have a sibling. But then, okay, you and I talked about this before. Like, the siblings are not guaranteed to get along. Case in point, our families. Sounds like a conspiracy, yeah. I don't know, Afrosax. I'm in Canada. I have no idea why she said that to me. Exactly, Giraffe. You're an American then. You're in the States. This is the thing. In Canada, they pay like $300 for daycare and they complain it's so expensive. Like, sir, I'm going to be paying $2,100 for daycare next month, and that's actually on the cheaper side. It's actually, and I don't think there's any like government benefits at all. It's actually on the cheaper side, Flapjack. I think the average daycare in the East Coast is 2,400 a month. Average. The free childcare is just after 2 years old, Yogurt. You still have to pay for 2 years. But I guess that's what parents do. They just figure they can pay, they'll like suffer for 3 years and then go into debt for 3 years and then claw their way out of it. Yeah. Oh, interesting, Shepherd. I didn't know in the UK it's also really expensive for daycare. Let's see. How much is daycare in the UK? But also the UK is kind of weird because pricing is strange there. Okay, you guys see this? Okay. How much is daycare in, well, I should do East Coast, USA. I don't know where they're getting the 7,000 from. I assume it's like if you are in a lower tax bracket, you can find cheaper. Oh, it's from the southeast. So like Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Florida. Places nobody wants to live. I'm sorry I said that. If I was in New York, I would be set. Yeah, 2K. DC has 3K, so not that bad, but still. Just got half your paycheck back with the older one starting school. I mean, that's the other thing, Shepard. Like, the thing what you're really giving up by leaving the workforce is you're giving up your momentum in the workforce. Don't rub it in, Flapjack. That is so nice. Virginia is right next to DC, but I doubt it's like the places in Virginia that's close to DC. But Virginia, though, is beautiful. Lots of Iranians there too. Like all the Iranian foods in Virginia. I would love to live in Virginia. You adopted a 35-year-old because I rented a room to a woman. And since she was short, my neighbors and most of her friends thought I was her dad. How old were you? Like, don't tell me you were 37. Tell me you were at least like 50. Okay, good. Good. Then it makes perfect sense. Then you were of age to have her as a child. Hi, Macus. How you doing? Welcome in. North Carolina is the fastest growing state. Ooh, isn't Mad Lad in North Carolina? Interesting. Lots of Korean barbecue in Virginia. Yeah, and also Shenandoah is one of my favorite national parks. It's like nice, chill national park. Virginia's for lovers. Oh, God. That's probably one of the worst license plates. I think my favorite license plate is New Hampshire. Probably better they thought she was a daughter than a mistress. Or even like they're assuming the best of you by not thinking she's just like a 15-year younger girlfriend. I mean, 15's not the worst at that age. It's not the worst age gap. Am I revealing too much about my thoughts? I just feel like the older you get, the like bigger age gaps can be anyways. I don't know. Hello, Kindred. You lived in Virginia. What lovers where? Very funny. Yep. Yep. The New Hampshire one is live free or die hard. No, scratch the die. I mean, scratch the hard. Live free or die. Yeah, no, I added one too many words. Guys, I went to this amazing exhibit. I thought we should read through it on stream. Was my voice okay? I just cracked my voice a little bit. Whoops. Sorry. Oh my God, that's too zoomed in. Would you guys like to see the new exhibit I was at? It's ending September 7th, so not a lot of us will be able to go, but I went to the Aga Khan Museum and they had an exhibit on gaming. Where should this go? Right in the middle. And I thought it would be really fun to go over it together because obviously I went with the 2-year-old. I couldn't read everything, but I could take pictures of everything. Is 15 too much for you, Blue? Am I crazy? You lived in New Hampshire too. Live free or die. I love the live free or die license plate because this guy taped it up and New Hampshire took him to court. But it's like that's literally the license plate should give him the freedom to do that, freedom of expression. But they're like, no, fuck, we're gonna kill you. We're gonna sue you and probably kill you. That's the die part. Yeah, fully adulted, 30 plus, age matters a lot less, agreed. I mean, actually, Shepard, maybe I disagree. Now that I'm 30, I don't know if I'm an adult. Live free and die, apparently. Exactly. Okay, so I went to this exhibit at the Arakan Museum, which is a museum in Toronto that's centered around the Islamic world, and they had this temporary exhibit on games. I thought it was really cool. So this is the first thing I saw when I walked in, the rules of the game. Should I read this one? Okay, I'll read it. What sets a game apart from the simple act of play? Oh my god, granola! What the hell, man? Welcome in. Thank you for the tier 2 sub for 7 months. Cheers. Thank you, thank you. Hope you are well. Happy to see you. Thank you again. We're just going over an exhibit I went to recently. A game is a structured system with clear goals. Its rules, objectives, and equipment guide play towards an outcome, whether scoring points, capturing a piece, or crossing a finish line. Across history, such activities were not always labeled as games or sports, but were seen as essential practice of cultural, social, and spiritual life. And I thought this is something that they did really well. They like integrated that aspect into showing the different games. Hello, Mad Lad. We were just talking about you. Are you in North Carolina? Thank you for the gifted sub to I Believe You. Cheers to you, Mad Lad. Welcome in. Hope you're well. I saw your message, but I was having dinner when I saw it, so I'll respond later. It's one of the fastest growing states according to Afrosax. Golf still isn't a sport? Well, some of these things I'm interested to hear your thought, if it's a sport or not. It's all subjective. Yeah, exactly, Willow. Good point. You're North Carolinian board. Damn, you've been all over the place, Afrosax. You're also North Carolina. Everyone's moving here. Nice. That's kind of fun. Meet up in North Carolina? That would be the most random thing ever. Creating and playing games are fundamental part of being human. Games cross boundaries of gender, race, status, and age, and appear in numerous forms, from physical contests to competitions involving animals, and from board games to interactive digital worlds like Baldur's Gate. Should we change it to just chatting for a second, Yogurt? I don't know if you're still here. I don't know why I say that. You usually tell me if you leave, but sometimes I miss it. This group of artworks reveals the many dimensions of games, from royal contests of kings, showcasing strength and speed, to strategic games teaching patience and foresight, to childhood games of agility and coordination. Thank you. You were born in the triangle area. I don't know what that means. I don't know what a Bojangles is. What the hell is a Bojangles? Is it a restaurant? Huh. Cajun fried chicken. Okay. Bojangles it is. I didn't know there was another Jacksonville. Exactly, granola. Been in Raleigh. I know Raleigh very well. You know why? Because Leveter Listed is in Raleigh. It's Raleigh, Durham, and Chapel Hill. Maybe one day I'll move to Chapel Hill. It's called Cookout? Okay. I'll look into that too. Is North Carolina close or far? Oh my god. Blue, hopping on this hype train with a 6-7. Cheers to you, my friend. Raleigh had a great Persian restaurant. Cookout is better than Bojangles, though. Hot take, I guess. Is it better than Popeyes? That's the only one I know that has, like, southern chicken. Why is there so many, so many locals in here, Slash? You agree Cookout better than Bojangles? Okay. Cookout restaurant. Oh my god, there's one in Montreal. No, that's not it. That's not the right thing. So wait, this is South Carolina. This is North Carolina. Guys, this looks disgusting. I'm so sorry to yuck your yum, but this does not look good. And I'll be all the way... Oh god, where is DC? That's Baltimore. It's gotta be right there, right? Oh, there's a Cookout in DC. I'll be in DC. Man, it's so far from Philly. I didn't know it was this far. God. Wish me luck, everyone. My life's gonna be awful next year. User photos of food are usually trash, but they're also real. They're also real. Hi, Lord. How you doing? Not too bad on the train, though. That's my hope, because Dr. Crow's gotta have to commute just once a week, but it'll be fine. 5 hours from Philly, but like 2 hours by train, right? 5 hours. It's not 5 hours. It's not. There's no way. Yeah. So games go beyond mere entertainment. Not according to Twitch. They can also prepare us for life. They sharpen the mind, strengthen the body, and enrich the soul, teaching teamwork, resilience, and adaptability. This is kind of a romantic vision of games. These qualities also make games a powerful way to connect people across cultures and generations. That's true. That part's true. Creating bonds through shared experience and healthy competition. Amongst the oldest forms of cultural exchange, games have traveled widely. Muslim cultures have played a central role in this story by transforming, transmitting, and contributing to traditions that laid the foundations for many games and sports still played today. This exhibition introduces the many forms and meanings of games traced through the artworks and objects that capture how they were played, imagined. Hi, Monkey. How you doing? Oh, I love that the tier threes get a sound, so I definitely know you're here. Games are good, but they really fluff that up, truly. Hi, Danny. Welcome in. How's it going? Don't you also just do that by simply living life? Yeah, yeah, but let me get to the artwork. It's also very beautiful. Uh, Divided into three sections, the board, the quests, and the arena, the exhibition explores how games reflect and and shape human life while bringing people together across time and space. Whether on a chessboard or a polo field, each game tells a story of human creativity, skill, and connection. Okay, so here's the first section, which starts with physical games. Physical contests were among the earliest forms of competition, serving not only as games but also as display of strength, courage, and authority. For many kings and rulers, wrestling was at the heart of the courtly life. I just love how probably the first game humans came up with was wrestling. How fucking violent are we? Although I don't know if it's the first game. Here, Iranian kings Bahramgur, disguised as a royal messenger, enters the court of King Shangul in India to deliver a message. During a royal gathering, he joins a wrestling match, defeating the champions of the court with ease. After a series of further trials, he finally reveals his identity, and what began as entertainment becomes a demonstration of royal power. Games wrestling. And you can see the wrestling here. Isn't this so fun? I love this. Although this is not that early, is it? No, it's Safavid era. So 1666 in Esfahan. But you can see the wrestling match right here. Most animals will wrestle with their siblings. Makes sense. True. Some games are trash. Well, what do you think about wrestling, Monkey? What if wrestling is the oldest game because of the oldest profession and not of our inherent violence? What are you trying to say? Okay, Babur racing with Qasim Beg and Qambar Ali. Some games are played in partnership with animals, built on mutual trust and understanding. This painting shows Mughal Emperor Babur, which if you play Civ, you'll be familiar with the Mughals, racing horses with his companion the day after a major defeat. As he turned, his saddle strap broke and he fell, hitting his head so hard that, as he recalls it, his brain did not return to normal until that evening. This painting is also a reminder that even in the moments of hardship, games offer a way of moving forward. That's really funny. That's really funny. What a beautiful painting. This must be Mughal. Yeah, Pakistan, Lahore, 1589. Definitely a Mughal painting. You can tell the difference in style, right? Between the Safavid and Mughal paintings. How can I describe it? Oh, it's Like I can recognize the difference, but I don't know if I can describe the difference. I think one part of it is the composition of the background. Like Iranian miniature paintings will have these like rocky outcroppings, but it'll be a lot more pink and less naturalistic. I think in a lot of Mughal paintings, you see the sky and like architectural features from the outside. Iranian paintings, the architectural features feel a lot more like flat in a way. But yeah. We also have women playing chess. This was one of my favorite paintings, or yeah, paintings because it's a Mughal era painting. Actually, it's a little bit late, 1805, but it shows that women inside their what am I trying to say? Like their interior is taken seriously. I would call wrestling self-defense, not a game. It requires pretty few rules and no equipment, so it makes sense. True, although the wrestling that I know of, do you guys know this wrestling where you have to put your hand inside the man's shorts? And then I don't know how you win. I think the way you win is you have to not take his pants off, but something along those lines. Hi, Pars. Pars, you know what I'm talking about, right? Central Asian wrestling. It's like this. Yeah, yeah, you don't take their pants off. I think you're supposed to take off the band or something. Well, let me try Turkish wrestling. I guess we've looked this up before. You're like all oiled up, so it's hard to and then see your hand. I'm not making any of this up. Your hand goes inside the pants. I did not make up any of this. Let's not zoom in too much. And then you use the pants to flip them. And then I don't really remember how you win though. God, I love this. We've looked this up before. I don't remember how you win. The loser, the wrestler whose back touches the ground. Oh, okay. Showing the belly to the stars. Everyone wins with this kind of wrestling, true. You've actually done that, Danny? That's crazy. Anyways, I love how this painting takes the interior of women seriously. Have you ever kept playing a game longer than you meant to? Who's guilty of that? Or caught a fellow player breaking the rules? Who's guilty of that? Who's a cheater here? Sparking strong emotions of outrage or injustice, these moments reveal how games shape character as much as they offer joy. Hi, Malcolm. Guilty. Games test our patience. They challenge us to play fairly and show respect. They also teach us the importance of balance in daily life. No, it doesn't. In Islamic traditions, games have been viewed as powerful teaching tools, guided by the idea that every game should build values like fair play, restraint, and remembering one's personal and religious duties. While grounded in a particular cultural and spiritual context, these teachings express principles that transcend any other culture or faith. Oh, do you think I actually will be good at it, or are you just joking? I'm scared to play games that show off like knowledge, because then what if I fail? That's just so embarrassing. I think we already read that. Oh, I'm at the bottom. Okay, here's the next one. Man strays from his course. Games like life call for moderation and self-awareness. Which one of you have this? The 16th century painting from where? From Lahore, so Mughal, reflects on how games, when pursued beyond measure, can shift from leisure into overindulgence or distraction. To escape his troubles, a man loses himself in games, mistaking pleasure for happiness. Ooh, mistaking pleasure for happiness? I love that line. Here, the overturned board might mark the moment he realizes that he has slipped into excess. The painting comes from a philosophical treatise by 13th century Iranian philosopher and scientist Nasr al-Din Tusi. Let's look at him. You can see here it is flipped. Who flipped it? Did he? I think it's this kid being admonished. And everybody's yelling at him, hey, Batcha, what's wrong with you? Oh, yeah, no, I hate that game because of the 10 rounds. Exactly. Okay, this one I posted on Discord and I said this is what it's like playing with you guys. This is when I have to play community games. A king slash queen plays with his slash her gestures. Games create a setting where differences of rank and privilege are briefly, very briefly suspended. Here, players face one another as equals, guided by rules rather than status. Yet this balance often lasts only as long as the game itself. In a tale from Rumi's Masnavi, a king plays chess with his jester, competing on equal terms until the jester wins. Knowing the king's temper, the jester hides under layers of felt before announcing checkmate. The tale is a reminder of how fragile fairness can be beyond the board. Everyone send this to Daily. Send this to Daily. Daily Civ 7 when he declared war on the queen. And my rage ensued. No, I went to an exhibit, Danny. Convention for nerds. No, it's actual art. Okay, so this manual, produced from a 13th century ruler of Castile, King Alfonso X, reflects the spirit of his court. A center of oh, I hate it that Canadians write center like this. Like, can we not? Of translation and learning where Muslim, Jewish, and Christian scholars collaborated. I'm sorry, I gotta turn off this jazz. Too much jazziness. Drawing directly on Arabic and Persian chess manuals, this book features 103 chess problems, 88 following styles of play developed in the Muslim world. The illustrations in the manual each center on a board, bringing together players of diverse backgrounds, reflecting the global reach of this game. And I actually did save the links, so we can go check out this in a better form. No, Willow, say more. And also Panda. True, he also betrayed me. Oh, this is the wrong one. This one's about chess and all the different chess boards. So this is Butterfly Lacquer Shogi Board and Piece Box from Edo, Japan. Edo? This one is... Why do I have to click this for the caption? From Korea, late 19th and early 20th century. Joseon Dynasty, a Changi set. Oops. No. Don't go back to the wheel wrestling. What is this one? Painted Gilded Game Board India. And then this one. A Xianqi set. Xianqi? I don't know how to say it. 18th, 19th century from where? Probably China. Cool. While the story of modern chess is often told in a linear journey from India to Iran, through the Muslim world and onwards to Europe, the game's wider history is more complex. At its core, chess is a system of opposing forces in planned conflict, one that has taken multiple shapes rather than progressing towards a single model. Alongside traditional inspired by Chaturang, which is chess in Persian, other chess-like games also developed. In East Asia, games such as Xiangqi, Japanese shogi, and Korean janggi. Anybody played any of these? Use alternative boards, distinct spatial division, and different rule systems while preserving the underlying logic of strategic contests. Let's look at this game that Willow's suggesting as well. Is it also on a board? Or this is more like a ball game? Oh, kind of like basketball? I'm just assuming from what I'm seeing. Cool. Okay, but I also wanted to open up this other link here so we can get a better look at the artwork of the manuscript. So yeah, this is the 13th century book by Alfonso. This is an amazing exhibit. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Shogi, yes, cool. And yeah, I love this because it actually reminds me of this later Portuguese book that I've written about. Oh, I don't know if I'll remember the name. Yikes, I don't even know how to spell Portuguese. There we go. Yeah, Portuguese. Oh my god. Manuscript. Hormuz. This hopefully this might work. Maybe? God. Please, please, please let me find it. Here it is. It reminds me of this other manuscript that the Portuguese made. Codice Casanatense. Probably I can't remember it because I don't even know how to say it. But so like what we have later on with the Portuguese going around Africa is that they do these ethnographic manuscripts of people. And so basically it's like types. This is an Abyssinian warrior and his wife, a Nubians, whatever. And so we get the beginning of racial categorizations of people, and especially through the lens of like colonization, not quite colonization yet. It's still a little bit early, but like this lays down the foundations for like distinguishing peoples. And you kind of see it in a weird way in this really early manuscript of like different peoples. Like look at this. This is 1283. I think that's really interesting. Abyssinia, Ethiopia, Nubia, Sudan. I know Abyssinia, yes. Nubia, probably. I don't know for sure. But wow, what is this supposed to be? It doesn't say what the types are supposed to be on each drawing. But it's quite an early predecessor to the Codice Casanatense. Whatever. Let's keep going. Where were we? Hopefully y'all are enjoying this. Oh, and I thought it was really cool that the chess pieces were elephants here. Doesn't this remind you of the Civ pieces? This one reminded me of Baldur's Gate. Dice, fate, and probability. Thrown for millennia in racing games like backgammon, dice bring unpredictability into play, reminding us that not everything in life is determined by skill alone. They introduce unexpected, challenging players to respond and adapt. For centuries, dice have stirred profound debate. In Muslim societies, they carried theological weight in discussions about fate and free will, jabr va ikhtiyar, while also being met with caution for their association with gambling. They also became subjects of mathematical inquiry. Scientists such as Galileo studied their patterns to uncover the laws of probability, laying the foundation for modern statistics. So backgammon, one of my favorite games growing up. The earliest literary accounts trace the game to 6th century when it was called Nard or Nardshir, a name honoring Ardashir, so a Sasanian king, founder of the Sasanian dynasty, there we are, in Iran. It was viewed as a reflection of the cosmos shaped by the Zoroastrian worldview. The board stood for the earth, its 30 pieces for the days and nights of the month, and the numbers on the dice for elements of creation and cosmic order. Oh, I didn't know that. That's so cool. Backgammon was likely built upon earlier race and dice traditions from the Near East and India, forming part of a wider family of games that included Roman game of tabula. Ooh, does anyone know about tabula? Your dad plays backgammon a lot. It is an old man game a little bit. I love it. You played a lot as a kid too? Yeah, me too. Such games spread widely, take on new forms and names. Tavla in Turkey, Syria, and Egypt. Are we just like going with Turkey now? Like we're gonna accept this? Okay. Tavli in Greece, Trick Track in France, and backgammon in England. Your dad also played as a kid. Turkey. Okay, this was one of my favorite pieces. This dual purpose board is inscribed with Persian poetry that connects the game to deeper reflections on destiny and morality. The verse across the playing surface reads, right to left, "This backgammon board is like the world laid bare, and these dice reveal the signs of destiny. Unless the dice grants a six, you cannot break the six-fold barrier. Know then that every victory in this world comes from fate." And then, to play backgammon for money or gain is not fitting. It is neither worthy, proper, nor desirable. In the eyes of the wise, playing this board and this backgammon is commendable only when kept within the bounds of balance and right intention. And then you can see it here. Isn't that so cool? I don't know if I know spades. Yeah, isn't it so pretty? It's gorgeous. Okay. And then next scent. This was a really cool thing. This four tiles forming a backgammon board was set into the floor of a garden pavilion. And as well as an object of play, it also showcases people engaged in the game, so it's very meta in that way, which I thought was really fun. These tiles capture the many settings in which backgammon could be enjoyed and how it was woven into the social fabric of daily life. So you can see they're playing the backgammon board. The backgammon board is in the garden, and you can just see yourself reflected on the art that you play on. Basically, Darth. Basically. This is the Aga Khan Museum in Toronto, Shepherd, but it stops September 7th. So they'll just have to join our Discord maybe. I took pictures of like 70%, maybe 65% of the stuff there. And then I was recently in Amsterdam, so Dutch paintings were on my mind. This is by Jan Steen. And like many Dutch paintings, it's about the mundane daily life and bringing it to life. This bustling household scene is full of movement and sound. To the right, three men lean over a game of trick-track, a form of backgammon popular in Europe. Backgammon reached Europe in the Middle Ages, traveling from Eastern Mediterranean through Spain and Italy. Here it appears in a painting by Jan Steen, one of the most celebrated artists of the Dutch Golden Age. Like many of his works, this scene celebrates the sociability of domestic life, where play and convention happen side by side. It's just such a beautifully lit painting as well, as in the way that light shines and interacts with the scene. It's a card game you play in teams with a hand and collect books. In short, you bet how many books you win. What? Many people take it too serious, like most games, though, no? Shatranja Urafa, Chess of the Gnostics. What if a game could map the journey of the soul? Okay, listen to this description of the game and let me know if you can recognize it. Known in India and Nepal as a Moksha Patam or Gyan Chaupar, this board game was about more than just play. Its ladders lifted players through virtues, while its snakes pulled them down through the vices. Though the exact date of its creation is uncertain, the game is often linked to 13th century spiritual teachings, yeah, in Jain and Hindu traditions, where the goal was moksha, freedom. Wait, isn't that the name of that governor? Freedom from this cycle of rebirth. Snakes and Ladders, Connect 4, Ghost of Tsushima. It was later reimagined in the Muslim world as Sufi circles as Shatranja Urafa, a journey of the soul in which devotion raised it up while worldly distractions drew it back. The goal shifted from liberation to reunification with the divine. The game traveled from India to England via British officers during the 19th century, becoming Snakes and Ladders, later Shoots and Ladders in America. I actually only knew it as Snakes and Ladders, not Shoots and Ladders, shifting from a spiritual journey to a child's game of chance. Tic-tac-toe. I played Hook. I did play Hook. I am obsessed with Hook. It's one of my favorite games. So here's one from the Ottoman Empire. This brightly colored... Oh, I know Irving. I know him. I've met him. That's so funny. He writes about gaming in the Ottoman world. They also have snakes, Corey. That's why I'm surprised it's shoots. The brightly colored squares of this board mark the heads and tails of arrows that guide play, reinforcing a sense of movement and path upward. The board was originally paired with a unique die, not displaced, inscribed not with numbers but with moral words, some echoing the vices and virtues named on the board, such as kindness. The board bears Ottoman coat of arms at the top. Look how cool this is. They played this because COD wasn't around. No, this is the beginning of COD. Oh yeah, my family was so aggressive with it, Madlet. I remember me and my cousin played against my uncle and my grandpa, and we won 7-0, and my grandpa didn't talk to us the whole night. He was so mad. My family has problems. Let me see if I can read any of this. غرور, افتخار, right? Raqibat. I can read it. I don't know what a lot of these mean. Unfortunately, my Persian's a little bit weak. It's Ottoman, but it's Persian words. It's actually Arabic words. Yad ishq? To remember love? Is that a moral or is that a vice or not? No, Katali, we are looking at a version of Snakes and Ladders from the Ottoman era, and the way it worked is that there would be a dice or a die that would have these words on it, and if depending on whether it landed on a vice or what's the opposite of a vice? Virtue, duh. So there's like vices that drag you down, and then there's virtues that bring you up. So, I mean, Yad Esh must be a virtue because it brings you up. Right? Kamal? I don't know what that is. I'm trying to find where the snakes are. Jalali? Okay, I know that one. Ignorance. So ignorance would bring you down. I can't read that one. I can't. No. I don't know. Whoever can read these, let me know what you can see. It should be basically Persian and Arabic, not so much Turkish. Oh, books is winning the hand. Each card has value and certain ones beat other ones beat other each win when the card is played is a book. Okay, yeah, I never heard the word book before, so thank you for explaining. Yeah, it's a game. It's Snakes and Ladders. I don't. I mean, how much of a game is Snakes and Ladders? It's supposed to be both a game and a teaching. And then we have, yeah, the Hindu devotional game board charts the soul's ascent towards the ultimate goal of liberation. Written in Tamil, with some Telugu characters, it features squares filled with deities, temples, animals, and moral scenes, showing the soul's gradual climb. At the bottom, earthly life and temptation mark the beginning of the journey, while at the top, the temples and deities indicate the soul's approach to liberation. The game kept its devotional purpose well into the 20th century, teaching moral discipline through play. You've heard of Snakes and Ladders, though, no? Isn't this so cool? Oh, I freaking love this. It's a game if you're racing. That's what makes Snakes and Ladders a game, is that two of you are trying to get to the top. Whoever gets there first wins. It's gorgeous. And then back to wrestling. This is about the Zurkhane in Iran. There's a link for this one, I'm pretty sure. It's the Damask Rose. This one must be the Zurkhane. Hopefully I got all the links. Yeah. So the Zurkhane is a space where physical training is closely connected with rituals. I guess Zurkhanes have nothing to do with wrestling, right? Music and a shared code of conduct, rooted in practices that echo warrior training. It preserves movement and tools that recall earlier martial skills. Over time, the Zurkhane became a space for disciplined physical training and a way of carrying forward shared practices, values, and cultural memory. The elements featured in Pahlavan, Ready to Order by Khosrow Hassanzadeh, drew directly from the Zurkhane environment, each with both practical and symbolic meaning. So we've got the drum, the zarb, the zang, the bell, the wooden clubs, meal, shield, projectile, sang, the bow-shaped weights, the I don't know how to say this one, kabade, push-up boards, tachte shena, and then you can see this is like what a zurkhane looked like. What I love about this work of art, okay, so here's like the interior of a zurkhane. We can look up more. The insides can often be very, what's the word I'm looking for? Eclectic. And you can really like look at the like photographs, the art style, and you can really see that in the artwork here, the eclecticism of the zurkhane. So you have the saws, like the different instruments, the thing that you actually hit your back with, this like club thing, and then you have like a lot of Islamic elements in the zurkhane too, and a lot of folk elements. So for folk elements, you have the evil eye, you have the incense. I Yeah, you have and then you have Islamic elements like the hand of Fatima, and this really reminded me of an earlier tradition, which I'm sure they're building off of, which is the Sarahane movement in Iran, which is happening before the Iranian Revolution, but is sort of this like pivotal moment in bringing folk aesthetics to Iranian art, kind of rejecting a little bit the Westernism, or the Gharb Zadigi, which is like the intoxication, West toxification is what it's translated at. So like this moment of like really looking to Iranian eclecticism, Iranian aesthetics, and creating this like modern art movement out of it. And you can definitely see how like let me do maybe this one or like this one. Well, that's an actual Sarakhane. This is where the name of the art movement comes from. It's a place where you can go get drinking water. That's why I know about it. I write about fountains. But you can really see that style and aesthetic coming through in this work here. Yeah, Shepard, I had no idea too. Isn't that so cool? Okay, I'm gonna skip that one. I didn't really like it too much, but should we keep going? We're coming up on an ad here. Let me know if you guys want to keep going or play Baldur's Gate now. We've got falconry left and polo. And woman in polo. Well, I mean, it's all in the Discord. You can go through it yourselves as well. But I actually didn't know falconry was a game. And so I took a picture of the description of how do you even play, but it's kind of this like really fun interaction between humans and animals to make a game. I mean, fun for us, I guess, not so much for the animals. But yeah, they had a whole section on falconry as well. And then the wide range of places that played or like use animals. One of my favorite things about this painting, before the ad starts quickly, is that the falcon is supposed to represent freedom and the parrot is supposed to represent the cage in terms of like animals. But I'm gonna take my break and we'll start playing some Baldur's Gate right after. I'll be right back, everyone. Okay, I am back. I'm glad you're all enjoying this. I'm appreciate having just like the time to sit down and read through all of this. I like got to read a little bit, but with the 2-year-old running around, it was mostly just like take a picture and go. I'll read this one and then we'll start playing. This painting depicts a prince pausing at a hermit's cave, surrounded by attendants. Two birds frame the scene, a parrot enclosed in its cage next to the hermit, and a falcon resting on an attendant's arm on the lower left. In mystical Persian poetry, the parrot often symbolizes the soul confined within the body, yearning to break free and return to its divine origin. By contrast, the falcon evokes the liberated spirit that has learned to soar, yet remains connected to its source. The two birds together reflect the journey from worldly captivity towards spiritual awakening. Where was it? This one here. Oh, I didn't take a very good photo, did I? It's a little blurry. But it's Mughal painting, right? What was it? Yeah, India 1595. So Mughal painting from the Divan. And you can see the parrot here and the falcon that chooses to stay on the bottom left. And beautiful paintings all around. Okay, Olamal Zitli is the classical Nahuatl word for the ancient Mesoamerican ball game played with a heavy, solid rubber ball. Practiced for over 3,000 years. Oh, love that. By cultures like the Aztec Maya and the Olmec, it's held deep religious, social, and political significance, serving as both competitive sport and sacred ritual. Interesting, Willow. Thank you. Oh no, your poor dog, Monkey. She bites her paw so we can't get it out. You're gonna have to put a muzzle on, no? Just get it out. Guess what happens to the loser of the game? I don't want to know. But you know what's funny is like all these games that we're talking about had such a spiritual element to them. And I wonder if like some of that is just so lost in the way games are designed today. I'm not sure. I feel like role-playing games, maybe not, because those do grapple with like themes of fate, destiny, heroicism, ethics, morals, things like that. But a game like Civilization, what's the moral of the game? Do games need to have morals? I mean, who was telling me this? My friend was telling me that he took a class on literature, and the professor was telling him that one of the sort of moments of the birth of the modern novel is that stories lost the moral lesson, which is what makes the modern novel so interesting at the same time. Maybe the moral of Civ is just accumulation. Yeah, Malcolm. Thank you for the update to the stream. Let's get going here. Stop our music for the evening. Hopefully y'all enjoyed the jazz. That is cosmological significance because the ball game responds to the move of Venus. That is really cool, Yanni. Oh my god, I love that.
Got to have a plan first.
Got to have a
Got
plan.
to trust
Where
your
were
hero
we?
to come up with one.
Who are we talking to?
I
Right,
do.
so I think the last thing we were up to was selling all of our stuff, which I believe we've done now. We have some gold. Did we buy some new things? I don't remember what we were up to. I can probably sell this. Right, so she now has the Yuan-Ti scale mail, which adds your full dexterity modifier to your armor class. And because she has these gloves of dexterity, it makes her dexterity 18, and so her armor class is 19. I don't know why it's not 18. But I'm not going to complain. We're in Act 2, baby, yes. And then I bought a cloak for Paisley, armor class +1, so she's at 20, which is pretty good, right? But it says here, add your full dexterity modifier. Oh, I see, so it's 19, 15 plus 4. I see. I thought it was just like 18 and 18, one for one. I understand now. Dungyo Crawler? Carl? Dungeon Crawler, Carl. Yes, I have. People were recommending it, Willow. Did you read it? And then I don't know what else we bought. I guess not much else. We maybe got this Shield of Devotion. Yeah, this seems like it. She gains a level 1 spell slot. Anyways, what is this like beautiful music the game is playing for us? That's nice. What are we up to? Now we should just talk to everyone, I think.
Blood, this is heavy.
I already did talk to you.
But I wouldn't.
Right, he's a fist like Will. Wait, Will isn't a fist, is he? Nice. I just finished Martyr. That's what I've been reading.
May the
She's a
road rise to
harper.
meet you, and the shadows keep at bay.
I'm surprised there's still harpers around. He's a sword, he's not a fist. And then I'm currently reading Free by Leia Upi. And then I bought a science fiction novel. Ooh, we gotta be careful here. What's over here? I don't want to leave just yet. I guess let's see what else is around. The Left Hand of Darkness. Has anyone read that? What's Martyr about? It's about this Iranian American, water pump, who's struggling with addiction, and basically he's just trying to write a book about martyrs. At the same time, is considering becoming a martyr himself, but is realizing that in order to be a martyr, you need to have a life worth sacrificing.
No time to rest.
And so much of the book, he's like trying to figure out what makes a good life in order to become a martyr and give that up.
Odd ox made it through the shadows.
What odd ox? Do we need to, should we know these oxes? Oxen?
No, incapable.
Capable of what?
Not for you to know.
Okay. Come on. Yeah, come on. So these tieflings are from the grove too, huh?
Well,
Whoa.
come close. Your mind to mine. Are you satisfied?
Those are the least bovine thoughts I've ever seen. What are you really? How does an ox like yourself have such horrifying thoughts?
It's a talent.
Okay. What are you really?
Keep quiet, and you won't have to find out.
Kill it. Kill it. Is that a threat?
All I wanted was a bit of hay, a good brushing, and a clean store.
Oh my god, what is
A
happening?
simple life. Is that so much to ask?
Oh fuck. What is this? Ew. Okay, I'm doing the right thing to kill it. No, I have no doubts about my decision. Paisley
What now?
first. Kill this thing. Oh, that was so
Quite the
easy.
same.
Has a good hat. It's just acid right now. Ew. Guys, don't go in the acid. Get out of there. Does it have anything to loot? Yes. Shapeshifter's boon. While shapeshifting or disguising yourself, gain a 1d4 to checks. Fun. Hat of fire acuity? I don't know how to say this. Whenever you deal fire damage, you gain an arcane acuity for 2 turns. Wow, should we really do a fire build? That's what happens when you eat Taco Bell. Yeah, Afro-Sax would know. I'm ruining a cool quest by killing it. Whoops. I mean, he attacked me.
Strange fellow, that one. You sure
Hi,
made
Dickers
a
Events.
mess of him.
Seems like a
The
bit
other
more-
ox are happy. Can't you guys be happy for me?
Hope everything's all right.
These oxen are so polite. They're also so British. Shadowheart light build, and yeah, fire build for what's his face? What's his face? Gale. Hi, Orange build.
Blood, this is heavy.
I hope so. I don't know what that means. I mean, I didn't become allies
Free
with
as
the
you
devil.
are, this is no time for a natter. Head on into Last Light.
Making me antsy.
Got to have a plan first. Got to trust Jahira to come up with one.
You have or you haven't had Taco Bell since the lettuce thing.
The Last Light Inn does not permit the
It was
bearing of
definitely
arms.
possessed.
For the safety of all patrons, please leave your weapons at the door.
But not me, right?
What a vicious-looking creature. I swear its eyes are following me.
Look at the size
Nature
of that
failed
thing.
everyone.
It could eat a person whole. Or a double portion
Impressive
of children.
specimen.
Everybody?
Better off stuffed than stalking me, I dare say.
Darkmoor the Wicked. The tale is known even to the Githyanki.
Cool, she knows it.
Let's make it said that it took 500 warriors to
Oh,
drive him from his
cool.
lands. I thought he'd be bigger.
It's pretty big, man.
Thought you'd be 10 yards tall the way Zevlor spoke of you. Sereth,
Sevlor speaks
Gal.
of me.
Seems we missed one another at the Grove, but the others told me how you helped us.
How I helped.
pity.
You guys listening? How I
You
helped.
pulled them from one death trap, only for me to land them in this one.
Where's Zevlor?
Gone. And more than half the others with him.
Wait, what?
We were ambushed, out in the cursed lands. Cultists of this absolute.
Oh.
Zevlor froze, begged us to surrender. But they were toying with us, making examples.
Oh my god.
And we'd had enough of taking it. Those of us who cut free just kept running till we found
Oh
this
my
place.
god.
The others,
Could I have stopped this?
maybe the cult got them. Maybe the curse.
I don't know. Could I have stopped it? Have hope you survived. I'm sure others did too. Oh, let's be nice.
Zevlor had hope. It didn't save him. A little sense will serve us better, I think. But
Okay, relax. I'm just trying to be nice.
thanks.
Yeah,
It was sweet of you to try.
thank you.
Don't wander far.
Please. Be welcome. Have a drink. To your very good health.
Oh, technically, so it's not supposed to, huh, Shepard? Or is it part of the game? Smell the wine first? That's rude. Just drink what she's given you. Cheers, Shepard. Cheers right back to you all.
Well over a century old, and yet it hasn't lost a hint of flavor. Still not quite so sure about you, though. People tend to lose more than just flavor when illithids get their hands on them. I speak from
I guess I
experience.
halfway
There's
stopped
an air
it.
about you. Something alien. Answer me true and do not lie. The parasite is changing you, isn't it?
Yes, the parasite is giving me powers I have never had before. It's changing me for the better. It's trying to change me to win me over, but I'm resisting its temptation.
You
Yeah.
want to deny the parasite has any sort of hold on you, but somehow you can't. Jahira spots
I'm
your
sorry,
confusion.
it
and her
doesn't
eyes
really.
narrow.
It's the wine. I added a herb to your cup that betrays your lie.
Oh. Maybe I should have smelt it. We're supposed to be friends. Hi, Scott. How
Look
you doing?
around you.
You don't
Good men,
drug
good
your
women,
friends.
stranded here, 2 feet in the grave. If we're to survive, I have no choice but to trust you. Can I?
I can't trust you. You literally poisoned me. Hi, Codemon. How you doing? What happened to me being the godsend you've been praying for, right?
That was a public display of hope, despite private reservations. I have every reason to be cautious. I've traced people like you.
I have no honor.
Parasites
I
in their
have
brains.
honor. She has no honor.
All the way here from Baldur's Gate.
But yeah, true.
The
She has
cult
no
of the
honor.
Absolute is spreading through the city. Quietly, quickly, and with unsettling deliberation. We tracked them to this ancient village, only to be
Hi,
faced
Dragon
with a
Master.
man we
It's
killed and
wartime.
buried over a
Everything is
century
fine.
ago.
Hi, Jack. How you doing, my friend? Jahira's such a badass. So glad her and Minsk. I haven't seen Minsk yet. I haven't played 1 and 2, but people have told me she's from the earlier games. Welcome in. Shout out to Jack. What have you been up to? If he's back, perhaps you should have hit him harder in the first place. Who is he? Yeah, let's ask about him.
General Ketheric Thorm.
Ah, we know him.
Remember that name.
I remember.
He's the leader of the Absolutists. He was a Sharan once.
Her voice actress
So to
streams
building an
sometimes.
army
What's
of
her
dark
name?
Justiciars beneath this very village. Alongside the local druids, we made it our business to see him deposed, dead and buried. But he's returned. Not only does General Ketheric Thorm live again.
Games
seems
plus
he is no
demos?
longer
What were you
mortal.
playing?
He has become, in fact, invincible. We met him on the road here.
Well, now he works
Commanding an army
for
of the Absolute,
Shar.
intent on destroying Baldur's Gate.
and the Absolute.
I put an arrow
I
through
still don't
his
know the
eye
relationship
myself,
between the two.
only to watch him pluck it out like a splinter. He healed right in front of me and chased us into the shadows. Things looked hopeless. But experience has taught me that no matter how bleak things look, there's always hope.
Well, that's what I tried to tell the other tiefling. She didn't
You
like
are that hope.
Do I see myself replaying this after my first playthrough? Definitely, yes. There's a lot of things I missed. Like getting Karlach, but also I think we would do an honor run orange. I feel like that could be really fun. What do you have in mind? Do you think I can kill him? What do you have in mind?
Protected by your artifact, you can infiltrate his forces at Moonrise Towers, posing as a true soul. Find out what it is that makes him invincible, so we can strip him of his advantage. Once Ketheric is without his shield, the sword, together we assault his tower and put a final end to this blight.
I feel like that's not gonna actually happen. Ketheric stays our numbers. I'll make sure of it. You want me to use of my infection? I want to be cured of it. Number 2.
Any cure starts with understanding the disease. Whatever
And also
magic
Dark Urge.
Ketheric's
Do you think I
using
need to do a Dark
control
Urge
these
or this is
tadpoles,
Dark
It
Urge?
must be at Moonrise.
What I've done already is Dark Urge. What
Until then,
what difference does Dark
we keep
Urge
drinking
make?
wine when we meet. Before you go, there's somebody else you should meet.
Okay, and a
You're not our
modded
only
playthrough?
secret
Sure,
weapon.
like quality of life mods for
Isabel.
sure.
A faithful
like,
cleric
inventory?
of Selûne, and a light in the darkness. She cast the moon shield around the inn.
Isabel,
It's the
I know
only
her
reason
name.
we're still alive. She's upstairs in her chambers. Tell her I sent you, and she'll see you through the shadows safely.
You did that on honor mode for your first one. Nice. Nice, that sounds like fun. I'm glad you like Baldur's Gate too, Jack. I think people who like strategy games like Baldur's Gate a lot because it sort of scratches that itch in your brain to make solutions and make like really strong characters and like figure out how things synergize. Nice, Shepherd. Okay, Isabel, I've heard her name. Where have I heard the name from?
I'm sure it's very
I already
fine.
have a lantern.
But lanterns have a tricky habit of going out when you need them. Let's not spurn what few gifts the gods choose to give us, hmm?
Sure. I'll try to talk to most people.
You're all right. Thank goodness. I was worried they'd got you too.
I heard what happened, that people were taken to Moonrise. How about you? How are you holding up?
I keep
heard about
replaying
it. Hi, Sorrow.
over and over in my head. They lined us up like dogs. Someone told them to rot in the nine hells, that we weren't going anywhere. Maybe that's why they picked him. Told him to kneel. They took his eyes first. Then his tongue.
How did you survive? I'm so sorry. Oh, you can trade? Ugh, just a freaking loot. How did you survive?
Some of us fought back.
Hi, McLovin. How you doing?
Or tried
How
to.
are you doing? I'm doing
But it
good.
was hopeless.
Just starting the game for
All I could
tonight.
do was run.
What did the cultists do to the others? I'm kind of curious.
I don't know. It just happened so quickly. How do you do it? How do you keep going?
Well, I'm a hero. I'm not a coward, and I don't run away. Just take it one step at a time. I'll let you know when I figure it out. Danger is my life. I wouldn't change it for the world. I don't complain consistently. It's very annoying. We take it one step at a
You
time.
make it sound so easy. But I'll try. You've done so much for us already.
See, they think
But
I'm
I
a
have to
hero.
ask. The others might still be out there. If they're not dead, they're in Moonrise. And gods have mercy on anyone in that hell's pit.
I'll find them. I'm sure they're fine. I imagine the cultists are torturing them right now. No, I'll find
Thank
them.
you.
Because I'm a hero.
If anyone can manage it, you can.
Thank you.
Just
I know.
be careful out there. All right? I can't handle anyone else tight.
Yeah. Anybody else want to talk to me? So I can take
Maybe I
this.
need more pockets.
I can take anything here. It doesn't matter. Yes,
I'll
log.
give it a shot.
If it's not red, I can take it, right? Do people care? Ooh, do we know any of these names? Jorah and Claudette Amster, Gisao Dominguez, Grey Eyes, The Wizened, Arthena Duchamp, Elo Uhur, Boo, and Friend, The Mysterious Mr. Black, DJ Mulligan. Are these supposed to be inside jokes? Al Kaialope and Miles Lutz, Alice Gregor, James and Anne Byrne, Grace and Dylan Koff, Art Colo. Who's Boo and Friend? Just stealing everything, I guess. Is that bad on me? Oh, on greater healing. Why can't I reach this? Why can't... Why?
I know you're keen, Ellen. Be patient.
What?
Your chance will come. Until then, keep watch. Keep
Why can't I
wary.
move it?
I need your senses sharp.
Map of the Shadowlands. The entrance of the city is blocked by a powerful curse. Moonrise, a hub of wickedness. Toll House. Embankment, point of attack. Distillery, supplies. Abandoned house. The shadows lengthen. You tried to, you couldn't reach it either. Okay, good to know. Hey, it's Maul.
Your move, Maul.
Oh, the devil is here.
You trapped me? I didn't even want to take this one.
Kalim Shan rules, dear. The first piece touched is the first piece moved.
That's garbage. No matter where the night goes, I'm gonna lose it.
Then make the sacrifice useful.
Maul
Guard
helped me,
your
Corey,
mistress,
last night. She
or
got me in
come
here.
for my Cyric.
Look who made it. For once, I saved your butt out there, didn't I? We're square now, Chief.
See?
Say, do you play lance ball by any chance? It's my first time playing.
Oh my god, look, they're playing
Always
chess.
laid a fine trap for you, Mole. It looks to me like his Cyric could be dethroned.
Oh, should we sleight of hand? Gale's right. Put pressure on him. Attack the pieces in front of Asirik. Fall back. Protect your queen above everything else. You shouldn't be playing games with this man. He's a devil. No, but we were just going through the exhibit earlier, and it said that all status is paused during a game. You're all equal right now. I almost want to cheat, though. That's probably just like the type of person I am. If Kaga is triggered in certain ways, Karlach is fine. Oh, I could have killed Kaga in a different way and Karlach would be fine. I only fought the druids, not the whole grove. Exactly. I'm gonna try to cheat. I think the devil won't mind. He'll actually be very proud of me. Oh shit. Oh shit. Yes. Good. Fate is on my side. Whoa. Gale approves.
How's that for Calamsham rules?
Brava. Lovely work. I see I was right to make you the offer I did.
What offer did you
will
do with the
consider
devil?
it, won't you?
Maul! Resist the devil, Maul.
What a lovely specimen.
What
she
offer did he
is.
make her?
A blushing apple begging to be plucked. She cheated, of course, but that's half her charm.
Yeah, she cheated. I didn't cheat. And what's the other half? Is that why you're here to play games? Just bugger off back to hell. What's the other half?
My favorite kind. Ambition. But don't you worry about Moll. It goes without saying she still has the unconditional freedom to choose the only option she has left. Besides, I do enjoy being in this neighborhood again. It has such a rich history of abject tragedy.
Yikes.
And tragedy, my friend, well, there's my bread and bloody
What's the best
butter.
song in the game? So what is this region's history of tragedy? Just stay away from Wall. Yeah, stay away from her.
She won. She has a taste for it now. She'll be the one who comes to me. But enough about my lesser pursuits. Why bother with trifles when I'm in the illustrious presence of my very favorite client?
I'm not your client.
Tell me, oh apple of my eye, how have you been? You don't have any gills to get green around yet, but you do look a little worse for wear in this light.
Is he negging me? I think that was a neg. If you're still offering solutions, I'm all ears. You know, I've never been better. You know what? I've never been better.
Splendid. And yet, I have this picture in my head of you tossing and turning in the middle of the night, thinking strange things, dreaming strange dreams. And there's this
How does he know?
little voice inside of you asking,
How does he know?
is this my will, or is it the worms? But you have no answer.
He's right.
And
I don't
no
know.
way of knowing. The good thing is, though, there's only one little voice you really should listen to. Mine.
Yeah, that was convincing.
See you soon.
Oh, wow. He's right, though, because why does Shadowheart have the prism? Shadowheart has lost her memories. She is the agent of Shar. So maybe Shar sent Shadowheart with the prism to me to trick me.
I know you're keen, Ellen. Be patient.
Or we're fighting the Absolute.
Until then, keep watch. Keep wary.
And then
I need your senses
the
sharp.
Justiciars, are they on the Absolute side or not? I can't tell. Maybe Shar is fighting against the Absolute and Kendrick Thorm? I forgot his name already. I forgot his name. His Majesty.
Hiss! I say hiss!
Kethrick, thank you. I hiss right back to you, baby. Kethrick Lamar. Oh shit, can I? Yeah, sick.
I see. Yes, perhaps you're right.
What a weird looking cat. Good. I'd like if we could have a civil discussion. Oh, what's your name?
I call myself His Majesty. Fine.
How did you get to this place?
It was quite straightforward. I slinked.
What does slinks mean?
Plenty of pointless banging about. The only highlight was when the cleric here promised me a bit of milk that is yet to materialize. My conclusion? She's a liar.
Oh, wait, what's going on with my lighting? Like, why is it so bright? Fix that. There? You love this little guy? I could use someone like you in my camp here to join.
Die.
Rude? Hi, Arlen. How you doing? That's it? I can't even attack, but I am inspired. Ah, some camp supplies. I think I do want camp supplies. Are they not mad I'm literally stealing all their supplies? Oh, look at him sleep on his little pillow. That's so cute. Oh, look at this tapestry. That's beautiful.
Perimeter's clear, Mom.
Reminds me of the stuff at the cloisters. Has anyone seen that before in New York? It's all on your bill. Don't say that. Really? Oh, meow. Are there more people to talk to? You love the cloisters? Me too. One of my favorite places. You can just raid the minibar. Is that what that was? Oh shit. Who's in there? Who are these people?
But she doesn't care if the Grand Duke lives or dies. I wouldn't go.
Nice to see a friendly face come out the shadows for once.
These
An
are the
extra
fists?
blade could be the difference between rescuing Duke.
So the fists are the ones that are rescuing the Duke, so they need to go to the
You're heading
Moonrise
to the
Tower.
towers, are you?
And the Harpers are the people fighting.
He still won't speak. Just keeps going with the bloody song.
Nothing of use on his person.
His original writ of duty, signed by
am a
Eltan
hero.
himself. Fella must be one of the very first Flaming Fist.
He must know something. Let's not give up on him yet. We believe the cultists have taken Duke Ravengard to Moonrise Towers. I don't suppose you found a way in.
Soon. What's with the fellow in the cot?
Isabel cleared this place, and he just appeared.
Wait, what?
We think he's staying at the inn when the curse fell, which means he's been trapped inside for a century. It beggars belief he's alive at all. Hopefully, he'll come round. Tell us something useful about getting through the shadows. Right now, he seems to have little more to him than a refrain from some song or other.
Okay, we need to get him back. Oh, so that guest log was old or something?
Cleric of Seluna. She's got a room upstairs if you want to meet her.
Isabel, right.
Just don't interrupt her while she's doing whatever it is that keeps it.
I'd like to
Wouldn't
talk
we
to
all?
him.
I'm not even sure he's fully conscious. Unfortunately, the council sent a
Sorry, I
carrier
skipped too
pigeon
much.
with news that the city has been dealing with absolutist attacks. The Steel Watch is holding strong. I'll request that Lord Gortash send some of them to aid in the fight against
God, Lord
Moonrise.
Gortash sounds so
The curse
familiar,
won't
but I
harm
don't
them.
remember him.
You know the name Gortash.
Hey!
A councillor with considerable influence on Baldurian industry and politics.
That's so funny.
He is
That's
no
literally
more.
what I just said. Lord Gortash, I thought he was no more than a counselor.
Lord Gortash is the man responsible for the creation of the Steel Watch. It's no wonder he earned the title. The Steel Watch are the future of warfare. Gondian automatons that can be sent into battle without risking any lives. Except those of our enemies. Lord Gortash had only completed
the
work
name
on the
Gortash also
prototypes
sounds so
before
evil, right?
Ravengard and I left for Elturel, but even they were formidable. With the Steel Watch at our backs, we can storm the tower whatever Ketheric throws at us. I'm sure of it. I'll do my best, but there's every chance I'll fall to the curse or the cult before I reach the city. Don't count on me and assume no aid is coming.
She's a counselor herself.
Work with Jaheira. That Harper's mind is as sharp as her blade. Follow her guidance. Farewell.
Okay.
We'll meet again, God's...
Okay, where's this guy? Can I talk to him? Cyril.
If you're poking around this god's forsaken place, you must have someone in Moonrise too.
Where's the crazy guy? Okay, let's see.
Flame color. That's your name, isn't it? Art color? I'm Fistula.
Nathaniel and me
Is this the best song in the game?
climbing up a tree.
We need you, sir. One of our own's been taken. A Grand Duke. You might know something that could help us bring him back. We found him out in the shadows, just wandering.
Okay, so maybe Shadowheart can help him.
Don't know how he made it, or where he came from.
We need to heal
This
him.
is no physical ailment. It is
Right?
a spiritual malaise. The man's mind has been gripped by the Shadowfell, yet it has not broken.
The name he mentioned, Nathaniel, who is he?
No idea, I'm afraid. Whoever it is must be someone important to him. He's been saying the same thing over and over ever since we found him.
Okay, can you hear you? What's wrong with him? Let me look at the song. Have you heard it before?
Not till I met Art, anyway.
Yeah, Orange, agreed.
Seems to be all he remembers.
It's a hopeless case. I'll see what I can discover. Do you already check for personal
This
effects?
was in his pocket. He doesn't seem to have any reaction to it now, but he held on to it for 100 years
What's
anyway.
this? Let's see what I can
Thank
discover.
you.
Some parchment there. Looks official.
What did I just get? Assignee Art Kala, rank Flame. Objective to obtain information about current activities in Moonrise Towers and its environs, headed by Ketheric Thorm of the region's ancestral Thorm family. Orders: take lodging in the Last Light Inn and begin investigation in the local House of Healing. Reports indicate corruption, but no corroboration has yet been obtained. Note: the region's Thorm family are long-standing devotees of Selûne, but rumors indicate Ashar and Enclave might be gaining momentum. Investigate and report. Interesting. Duke Elton.
House of Healing. Wonder what he found.
Where is that? Backpack? I'm not gonna just steal stuff from people's backpacks, am I? I guess I should take the silver trays though. Silver's expensive. Do that. We'll just take silver trays. I like how I can take the tray without moving the thing on top. Okay, I need to find the House of Healing. Ooh, Harper's testimonial. Yeah, backpack thieving's where I draw the line. But doesn't that make sense? The last stand of Ketheric Thorm, chosen of Shar. See, so he is fighting for Shar, not the Absolute. I do not know what magic the Dark Justiciar summoned to our plane, but if it came from the Weave, then let it be cursed for eternity. For 3 days, we sieged the towers. For 3 days, their dark bolts cleaved our ranks. And on the 3rd day, his men and women at last began to fall. Ketheric entered battle. Hi, Lucas. How you doing? If it's not red, you should do it. I don't know. There's something making me stop. Ooh, a scroll. I mean, I'll still check what's in the backpack if it's useful. But if it's not useful, I'm not gonna take it. Okay, nothing in any of these. Where's the healing house? How would I even know where that is?
I wish we'd gear up and head out. All this standing around.
Let's go see outside. That ox deserved to die. It's elsewhere on the map. Oh. I feel like let's go figure that out
Shadows
now.
lurking.
Toll house. Tieflings, Moonrise Tower. Ledger. House of Healing, Wake Up Art. Okay. Maybe we go do that now then. Seems like I do need to talk to this Harper first.
He was joking this morning. Jonas, I mean.
I do care about romancing Halsin, but I can't. He's not joining me. Can I get him to join me now? Give her time to speak.
He was always joking. He said it was good for
Soon.
morale, but he just liked seeing people laugh. He was a good Harper.
I love her hairstyle.
A good friend.
Sounds like you were close. I'm sure he appreciated your prayers. Sounds like you were close.
Comrades in arms. I thought we could have been something more one day, but
okay, I'll go speak to him.
too late now.
I'm sure he knew. I'm sure he cared for you as well. Like, hey, it'll be all right. You'll get over it. I don't know. What's more comforting? I'm not sure he knew.
No, he... Sorry, I'd like to be alone.
I guess that wasn't very comforting. My bad. Got an inspiration. I tried.
You made it through the dark. Lucky you. Not everyone does.
Oh my gosh,
we
she's
lost
so
one
pretty.
today. Jonas. He was a good Harper.
What happened to
good friend.
Jonas? Heavy chest. Sure, I'll take that. So I guess I don't need to speak to these people if they're orange. Okay, I thought that's what that meant, but I guess not. I just don't think Halsin is gonna have new dialogue for me. Got a boathouse here. How come sometimes people are green?
Be safe.
Patrols report more activity among the cultists, Mum. Preparing to march, I wager. Seems that way.
Anything I'm missing here? Not that I can see. No, I'm not gonna check every crate. Green ally, yellow neutral, red hostile. Oh, thank you, Shepard. Appreciate it. Can I get out of here? Looks like somebody was fishing here. We all failed? Yeah. I wonder what we failed. Take some fish, I guess. No, not rotten fish. Fish barrel. Gotta be something here. Oh no, what are they saying? Can you copy and paste some of it? I haven't seen them. Is there something in here? I don't know, looks like I should be going this way, no? Let's just keep going up this way.
Victims of the Shadow Curse. At least they were afforded a burial.
What victims? Oh, this is the mine way. The way that's, trapped. Aha, graves. I'm not above grave robbing for something useful. None of that's useful. Ooh, some moss. I guess I've picked up some already. Open grave? Ooh, why open? Someone's been digging. I don't know. That's weird. It's fine. People can have their favorites. Is that it over here? Am I supposed to find a way up, or...? No, that's the end. Is there really nothing here? And how am I supposed to get all the way over there? I mean, maybe there's something here, but I failed the survival check. Is everybody coming? Ah, dirt mound. Where? Where? Aha, here. I think this was what we all failed. Ooh, Arrow of Salving, Arrow of Darkness. Nice one. That was actually a good dirt mound. What should we do now? Oh, there's a way under the bridge? Let's see what's under here. Ooh, what's that building? Wait, sorry, what was in that? Just a hat. Yeah, there seems to be nothing here. Ooh, but something down here maybe? Ooh, what's this? Ruined battlefields? Up ahead, the shadow curse hangs thick, its dark tendrils curling, snuffing out all light and life. Even those with oil-smeared torches are not safe. Turn back now. And you can see the Harper's symbol on there. I mean, I'll be okay, right? F5. Hi, Captain. Let her cook. Yeah, maybe I won't be okay. Is this too much hubris from me? It's just a bench. What a beautiful little place to sit.
That might be worth a look.
Another mound. Don't see anything else around. Ooh, what's this? A pearl, my first pearl. Just candles here. Can I do a check on these statues? No. Let's go in. This is so creepy. Padded sofa. Where are we? Silver cake stand. Silver glass. Silver glass. 2 glasses. There used to be 2 people here. Thank you, Kindred. Appreciate your vote of confidence. Armchair, another glass. Wow, they like to drink a lot. Oh my god. Opulent chest. Lockpick. I'm over encumbered soon. Let's try it. Oh, 3? No, 3 is no good. We'll use another one. Can pick up the paintings, the tapestry, it's beautiful. The dice are not in my favor. Let's try again. Come on. There we go. Thank you, Chaotic. I'll take that as a compliment. Ooh, what is this? Rare light armor. While obscured, the wearer gains 3 bonus stealth checks. That sucks. Oh, look, I was right. It is 2 people. Oh, wow, they were in love. They have matching rings. Doesn't seem like I could take the tapestry off. Oh, it doesn't let you light anything. It immediately goes out. This painting here, Forgotten Temple. Beautiful. Okay, let's go down those routes. I'm scared. Should I go through the door first? Oh shit. A mean lock. What did I just do?
That hit the spot.
Whoops. Ah, I meant to press T. It is a fae. Like the thing we saw, and it has fear aura? When I see the Soluna carpet on top.
Looking shadow. Have to keep going.
Let's do this. Oh, we all started battle.
To shame. Those claws look deadly.
Okay.
Stay on your guard.
I need Paisley to move, but she's like last to be in the game. But like, look, I can't get through without going all the way on top. Maybe she does go on top and does like a ranged attack.
My path be true.
Let's do arcane armor. Click to confirm. And then do one of these. Just try to get a kill. Oh, missed. Of course she did. Just because she sucks. Oh, is this really difficult? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So I should try to do better? Okay, I'll do my best. We do have an ad starting in a couple minutes, so I'll do my best until the ad and then I'll take a quick break. Let's do another one. Although, I'm wondering if I should jump down. Let's see. No, I can't jump anyways. Not great hits. I'm assuming they can see in the dark. Yeah, they got dark vision. Ah, not enough resources. Okay, there's one killed. So they don't explode. That's good to know. They're surprised at least. I'm gonna have to Misty Step up here. Get a good view, and I'm thinking Fireball. Or do I still have the Ice Storm? No, I took out Ice Storm. Damn. Oh, I have a Fireball that doesn't take a spell slot. That's nice. There's no way to get 3 of them? No. Okay, I'll just do these 2 then. Nice. What did Oriella say? She got surprise rounds, so that's huge. Should be fine. Yeah, I hope so. Not quite sure. Okay, and then I almost want you to come too up here. You don't have your Misty Step, but you can come just like right next to her. No, you know what? I would rather her come through the middle with her Radiant, but I can't quite get close enough right now. What should we do first? Oh, and you know what? I forgot to make Lizelle melee again. I have to try to remember that. She doesn't really have a lot of area attacks except glyphs. Oh, we are in our ad break. I will be right back and hopefully I don't die. Like, not me, but Paisley, Game Paisley. Which one would be more tragic, yogurt? What was I gonna say? You know what happened to me tonight? Dr. Crow went out to the mall and came home, and I like run down to see them with my daughter, and she's having Chipotle, and I like so excited, like, oh my god, you got me my favorite meal for dinner. And Dr. Crow looks at me, he's like, no, I got her a Chipotle, I didn't get you one. And like you could just see the joy coming out of my face. That's like my favorite food. It's like we have leftovers. It's like, okay, is your job to make me happy or to make, oh whoops, or to give me leftovers? Lesson to all the husbands out there. Which one are you supposed to be doing? I think I do want to get closer with Shadowheart.
Got to press on.
He did feel bad because I looked so sad afterwards, but just a lesson to you all out there. Rookie mistake. Yeah, and he knows it's my favorite too. So I didn't have dinner because I didn't want any of the leftovers. Hi, Tears. Husband's got to keep an eye out on the economics. Yeah, truly. I know. It's kind of sad though, no? You're not allowed to say that as a Taco Bell enjoyer. So I'll just do a guiding bolt. Oh wow, 55 is so bad. You know, I actually really like the produce flame. Because it uses her wisdom and it has a lot higher chance of working. Wait, why no movement left? Huh? I thought I'm supposed to be able to do it right away. No, what's treat stream? Why can't I use it right away? Oh, it's too far. Oh, the distance it can only do is so little. Ugh, that really sucks. No, I think it's just outside of the range. Just, though. It's so annoying. There's no one closer. Wow, that was a bad turn for Shadowheart. Okay, Paisley needs to move up too.
Swift as my feet can carry me.
She's gonna jump all the way up. She can't do Booming Blade. She already did her actions. Whoops. I could do one of these. It was okay. It's not the best. I'm gonna try a lacerate here. Nice, 12. Lazelle's turn. I think I'd like to jump down. -3 HP. I feel like that's fine. Let's try to get like kills here though. Let's do Soulbreaker. Man, 65 is so low. Make our attack a little bit better. And then try a Soulbreaker. Nice. Stunned his ass. And just like a main hand. Attack on him or him? This would be a kill. But I just stunned it, so I don't know if I need to kill it. I'm gonna do it anyways. Jack can buy me food. No, then I'll get fat. I'm kind of kidding. What else should we do? So you're at 36. You're at 66. They're not close enough for an area attack. Ooh, but you're all the way down here. Thinking about just like a missile. I do have my other fireball, but could only get 2 in there, which might be okay. Nice, lots of damage there. They're coming. Oh, they shadow teleport. Interesting. Okay, time for my ray. Radiant damage. Let's go get this one. And then come up. And one more. Nice. And then I don't need healing, not quite. We could try a hunter's mark. Oh wait, no, that breaks spirit guardians. Oh fuck. I messed up. I should have read it a little bit better. My bad. Oh. And concentration broken anyways. Okay, that makes me feel better because it wouldn't have mattered, but no, that was not very smart of me. The last one is coming. Okay, Paisley's a turn. Booming blade. This one. And then make a specter. Nice. Haven't done that in a long time. Critical hit, baby. Let's go. Got one more attack left, huh? Did I just say Shadowheart? That shouldn't be allowed. I'm sorry, that shouldn't be allowed. Ugh. Radiant Orb is really good in this fight. Why? Oh, not ranged. Main hand attack. Oh my god, of course you missed. There we go. Can do a little pummel too. Nice, it's dazed. Okay, you're from up here, going to do something useful. What exactly? Unclear. Who's still left? You at 23? I could maybe get a kill then if I do like a level 3 spell here. Did it kill? Oh, it has 1 XP left. Of course it does. Of course. Oh, come on, Lizelle. You're so close. So what's wrong with Shadowheart? Who paralyzed her? Oh, shit. Oh, nice. Good job, Spectre. Who paralyzed her? How can I fix her? Oh, no. Oh, no. Okay. Booming blade on you. Oh, why'd you miss? Should we try staggering smite? I'm frightened. Who am I frightened by? So I shouldn't waste that if I'm frightened. What does frightened even mean? Oh, they just have a frightening aura. Shit. 36 is so bad and I don't know how to make it higher. The arrow will fix it. Well then Lizelle will have to do it. Just try your best. I don't know. Yep. Nice. Why did the Spectre attack when it's not the Spectre's turn? There's 1 down. So I'm wondering if is it better to attack Or is it better to use an arrow? I think I can just attack. Let's do another one. Nice, it's dead. No? 5 left? Damn. Ooh, I should use more ancient grudges. Do a shove. Nice. Okay, I don't know why I did that shove. It didn't really matter, did it? Nice miss. Gale. My friend Gale. They're not close enough to do one area attack. Might just use missiles again. Where's this annoying one? Where is it? Here? 5, so 1, 2 should be enough, and then the other 2 can go here. Is that right? Good. There's another one dead.
Can't afford to let up.
Okay, she's back alive. I want to do the radiant thing. Why can't I do it? Long rest. Oh, I can only do it once per long rest. I guess we can try one of these radiant things. I just feel like the Spirit Guardian is the best bet.
Have to keep going.
See, 18 damage. Isn't that so good? And then this is a level 3 slot. This is level 1. I think I'll just leave it at that. Miss. Ooh, where'd it go? Saved. Pluck soul. Frightened. Just do a moving blade. You got this. Come on, Paisley. Stop being so scared. Oh, she's missing everything. How do I, like, get her to be less scared? Nice. Nice, nice, nice. And then... high defense. Oh, freaking missed. Lizelle. Lizelle, Lizelle, please. Kill it. This is it? Why am I immobile? It's my only shot. Missed. You know what? Let's do one of these. And then maybe Ancient Grudge. And then try attacking. 72%. Aha! We did it. First try too. That was fun. Last light side entrance key. I guess I need the key.
Selûnite shrine, hidden away.
Perhaps they had no choice but to hide.
Idol of Selûne. Give that to Shadowheart.
Selûne idol, really? Are you in need of a paperweight?
My eyes grow heavy. Best to make camp.
Yeah, we should probably rest soon. Well, we could just do a short rest, but people's spell slots are low. Look at these beautiful paintings. I love it. Selûnite prayer book. Should I read it? Oh, have I over-encumbered? Not yet. Shadows taunt us, hear our prayer. Shadows stalk us. Selûne, thou with radiant loom. Mend our hearts with threads of silver. Blah, 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 blah.
Swift as
Are you
my
proud of
feet
me,
can
Shepherd?
carry me.
Good job, Paisley. Thank you, Yenny. Thank you, guys. You guys know I love pats on the head. Are these all gonna be empty? Excuse me. Oh wait, that one wasn't. Covert critical. While obscured, the number you need to roll a critical hit while attacking is reduced by 1. That doesn't sound great. Doesn't seem great. Silver plate. Okay. I'm glad we checked all of them. I guess. There's the temple. Some
What's
barrels.
hiding here?
Good for crit builds? Ooh. I don't think I've ever thought about a crit build. What would that be like? There's gotta be traps here. What's over here? Nothing? Not seeing anything though. I'm not really sure where I'm supposed to be going. There's some of these orbs to pick up, but actually no, not actually. It's just in the tree. I came from here, or I was standing here. There's nothing there. Not sure where I'm supposed to go then. Last light inner cellar. Probably save the game. So that's why there's all this wine. Paisley's got to be pretty heavy soon. Yeah, I don't think I want this. What's this? The cat's armor? Yeah. Send these paintings back. Send these back. Yeah, I don't want this one either. Send all these books back. They're heavy too. I'm still at 66. I don't think I want that one. No. I'm gonna keep the fire one for the fire build we're gonna do soon. Yeah. So do we have to change who Gil is for the fire build, or he stays the same kind of mage he is now? So like if we do the fire gloves, the fire other things, I don't know exactly what we have, to be honest. I kind of forgot. You can stay the same? Okay, let's do it. Should we do it after moonrise or now? Wow, it's still so heavy on her. Maybe wait for level 8? We're at level 7, right? Oh yeah, okay, we'll wait for level 8. God, I have so much weird shit on me. I think I'm missing an alchemy pouch, aren't I? Oh, but I don't have any left. Okay. Yeah. Maybe we'll talk to Bone Daddy and redo him. Oh yeah, what kind of person is Halsin? He's a druid, right? What does that mean? What is he, like a tank, or like would we replace Lizelle? I don't mind replacing Lizelle.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Let's do one of these quick heals for now.
Now, forward.
That kind of helped.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
Good tanks. Okay, yeah, we can replace Lizelle. What do you guys think about that? Okay, these are just decorative crates.
That's curious.
Nice, one of us saw it. Could also spec them however we want. True, but I want to stick close to what the creators of the game intended. Would he be just as good as Lizelle?
Breathe deep and move.
Ah, somebody's been staying here. It's all rotten. You like Lizelle better? That's the door, right? That I could have come through? I don't want just bottles, but I will maybe take the wine. Must be really old wine. Maybe then that's good because we're gonna respec Shadowheart to not be a healer anymore. We're gonna do her Radiant build, which honestly, it would be really funny if that like pissed her off. Because that's a Selûne thing, right? That would be really funny if she says something about it. No, don't throw it.
Don't give me trouble now.
We were thinking about changing her, Corey. It did give me trouble. Like, to a different kind of cleric? Right? You guys were saying a different kind of cleric? What was the type of cleric? Oh, thank God, just made it. I don't think it was Death Cleric. Oh, Sleet Storm looks good. It was Light Cleric? What does a Light Cleric have? Oh, come on, not a 2. I'm like wasting so many of my thieves tools here. I should put on the outfit. Hello, Ben. How you doing? Lovely to see you. Let's open up here. Fine, I'll take the bottles, whatever. It's like more work to not take things sometimes. That was such a waste of my stuff. Ooh, evidence chest. This is where they lock people up. Not that much evidence here. Last light key. What's that a key for? Your favorite is Tempest because they get good reactions. Reactions are fun. Okay. Nice. What's over here? Why would the game bring me over here? Why would the game give me a key to come in here? And then give me nothing for being here? Ooh, that's annoying. Unless I'm missing something? That's everything, right? Am I missing something? I don't even know what... Why'd I even come down
put my
here?
hands on everything.
I missed a bit. It feels like I did. This is not where... What? Oh, this is where I am now?
I don't.
Yeah, I just came through the back, but I should have maybe gone from the front door, because I just thought that was the front door. No, I mean in this area. Like the cellar area. Am I missing anything down here? Hi, Verist. I don't know. Did I? I don't think so. Like this door. Aha. I did miss this.
Step carefully. There's a trap.
Okay, let's disarm it first. Okay, good. Thank God. I did not want to die because of a chest. Speaking of, let's save it. And now I have to lockpick it. Okay. Let's spin this. Oh, critical fail. Well, it's better to critical fail this than the other one. Oh my God. I've used like 10 thieves tools just tonight. There we go. Let's see what's in here. Bruscation ring, arcane radiance. When the wearer deals spell damage while illuminated by a light source, they also inflict radiant orb. Oh my God, I can't talk. Let me turn on my heat pad. Is anyone else obsessed with heat pads? Okay, let's take this and then maybe give this to her. What does she got? We got healing stuff for now. They're both healing. 2 additional hit points every time you heal another creature. And then Whispering Promise, when you heal a creature, it gains 1d4 bonus to attack rolls. And I think this Whispering Promise is better. But I'm thinking about where it deals spell damage while illuminated by a light source. They also inflict radiating orb. Should I put that on her? Right? Her mace is a light source. Yeah. Oh my God, Lizelle. Go to your melee weapon.
Let's get on with it.
Direct me.
Looking ahead. Never
Paisley,
a dull
melee.
moment.
How come Paisley's second weapon isn't this? How come it shows this? I don't know. Am I misunderstanding?
One day I'll catch a break.
There's a pipe here. I'm supposed to go this way. I have a debuff? Where'd you see that? Why? Why am I cursed? Why am I cursed?
Let's see.
A Rev 5 for cursed Paisley, I guess. Thieves' tools, I need it. I wonder if Lizelle should pick this up. There we go. Where is she hiding that? Cracked wall, Paisley.
No one stopped me yet.
Oh, that's where we were. Weird.
What path lies before me?
Why did I pick up the ashes? What now? Guess that's it down here? Did I finally figure it all out? You don't want to know where Lizelle puts those things. Funny. Funny. Let's keep going. That's the basement. Okay, let's get out of here.
Simple enough.
What should we do now? Talk to Isabel. Let's go upstairs. I think I've spoken to everyone down in this camp. I'm not really sure how I get upstairs. Is it through these stairs, maybe? Oh, right, that guy. That's what that is. Should we get rid of it? Hi, Mike. How you doing? I look tired. Oh, sad. Sad to hear. Where are you guys going?
What's next, I wonder?
What remove curse does she have? It doesn't say curse. And we're out of slots. I'm sure it'll be fine when we go to bed, right? Yeah, I did a nap today.
Ready.
I usually have a nap. Should we go to bed then, so I remove my curse? Maybe. Let's go talk to Halsin. I really doubt he has anything new to say to me, though. Oh, Will has something to say. Let's see what Will's got to say. I haven't talked to him in a long time.
Always at your side.
A blushing apple begging to be plucked? Raphael's angling for the girl's soul.
Okay, weird way to start a conversation. Will's an obstinate one. If she had a mind to team up with Raphael, there's no changing it. We need to warn her.
We should at least try. The girl's as bold as a lamb cavorting in a lion's den. But I think she's clever enough to flee before the jaws close around her neck. One way or another, she'll see there's no winning Raphael's game, and she'll walk away.
And if she doesn't?
Then Raphael collects another trophy, and Mole sells her independence
Kinda
to the
like you
Hells.
will, huh?
Should the child take even a small step towards independence, she'll be punished. And should that come to pass, death is the most pleasant outcome that fell bastard would give her.
Wow, what? Will, he's really changed. The cultists have why is he like growling at me? The cultists have taken your father to Moonrise Towers. Flores confirmed it. Yeah.
Then we know our mission. All roads converge at Moonrise.
Yeah, a little hypocritical, right?
I was 11 when the Councillor spotted and slayed an assassin who stalked father from the shadows. I was 13 when she brought word of a goblin warband advancing on Rivington. Her keen scouting saved 100 lives that day. The Councillor's loyalty to my father is beyond question. She's as steady as Tyr's heartbeat, as upstanding as the Sword Mountains.
Okay, we get it. Oh my god.
Fathers at Moonrise Towers. They want violence, they want control, they want Baldur's Gate. Who better than Grand Duke Ravengard to surrender it? Who better than the commander of the Flaming Fist to dismantle its defenses?
Is his
They will
father the
infect him,
commander of the
and
Flaming
the city's
Fist?
guardian will become its ruin, unless we put a stop to it.
Okay, change the subject. No,
We can't
we're gonna
and we
go to
won't.
Moonrise.
The shadows be damned.
Okay. Here's Halsin. Let's see. There's no exclamation mark above him.
The shadow curse is upon us. As foul as I remember it. Perhaps even worse. But with the Oak Father's blessing, we may
Can I
soon
just say
see it
I
banished
enjoy
from
that
these
we're
lands.
looking up at him. There's a flaming fist at last light. The curse has left him insensible. But he's muttering about a boy called Daniel. Yes,
He
tell me
is?
more.
Then I must see him. Insensible or not, he knows something. Daniel is no ordinary child. He is the very spirit of this land.
It's a great angle.
If this fist knows
It's a
where he
wonderful
is,
angle.
then perhaps we can save him. Save everything.
Hi, Crows.
I will go to see him at once. Join me when you can.
Oh, okay, bye, Halson. What the fuck, man? I had other things to say to you. Brett, not short kings.
Go ahead.
My
I'm
actual
listening.
husband is, I mean, he's not over 6 feet. Where's all the medium kings at? Is Mistra always a demanding goddess? How do you... Oh god, I don't care. Okay, why doesn't Elminster take on the Absolute himself or Mistra herself?
No doubt she has the power to do so, but as for the permission, Ao would not look kindly on her meddling in mortal affairs. Divine intervention has a tendency to make things worse, not better. As for Elminster,
Oh my
he's
god,
saved the realms
Yogurt.
more
Crazy
times
thing
than
to
legend
say.
can count. To take on a god is
Never
no easy
heard of a
feat
medium
even for
king
him.
before. What's like,
My
what
order is the best
height
chance
is
we have.
medium?
And only I can wield it.
He's got bigger priorities than me. God, I hate him. Yeah, how do you feel about death?
Oh, you know me, ever the optimist. I'm trying to focus on the positives. Truth is, I was living on borrowed time already.
He chooses to be an old man. Yeah,
Consuming those
Oyarli,
items
were you
would only
here
have
when we
kept the
killed
orb
him?
sated for so long. If anything, I feel more at peace
I
than
wonder
have
if I
in
should
months.
have kept him dead for a while,
least now
but
I
the
know
game
my
seemed
death
like it
will
was
have purpose.
glitching.
Won't
So
be a
we
distant bang
reloaded
in the
and went
footnotes
back.
of history.
Yeah, so medium is between 5'5" and 6, right? I agree with that. Blah blah blah. Should we talk to Shadowheart? What's she up to?
So, that's what people mean when they talk about butterflies in their
She's in love
stomach.
with me. Hi, Sesame. We're on Act 2.
Did you want something?
I mean, it's still taller than me, Afrosex. I'm only 5. I want to say 5'4", but the truth is 5'3". I don't like the truth. I'm like in between 5'3" and 5'4". I'm a short queen. I hate it. I did not romance her. No, not really. Should we give her some orchids? Oh, but that's really fun. How old or how tall are you, Mike? I'm just curious about the difference in height. There you go, medium, Corey. 5'3" as well? Don't say that. Adamant about the extra half. Yeah, I always was. I'm gonna give her a flower.
Rings a bell. Why?
I'm gonna give it to her.
Oh,
I think it's
hells.
just really nice
You
to
didn't
do.
pick that by hand, did you? They're deadly
Oh,
poisonous.
fuck, I'm dead.
Joking. They're safe. And beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you. I don't have anything to give you in return, I'm afraid.
Your ex is like 5'9". Oh my god. Some people are blessed. I'm sure you'll come up with something in time. It's just a token. I don't expect anything in return. Well, I'd better take it back. I don't expect anything in
Well,
return.
Perhaps I can come up with something later. All the same.
You know what though? You know why I want to be 5'9"? Why I want to be that tall? Can anyone guess why? I want to look down on people.
Difficult to say.
Like that
A
is the
fellow
only
servant of the Night
reason.
Singer would surely be an ally to me under most circumstances. But something doesn't add up.
Do you know what it's like to walk
I'll need to
around
see
in
where his
life always
allegiances
looking up
truly
at
lie.
people? It's awful. You seem intrigued when Halson mentioned Dark Justiciars before.
Wouldn't you be in my place? If there's even the slightest chance that Shah worshippers remain within our reach, we should try and find them.
Even if they're all long gone, and that seems quite likely from what we know, who knows what they may have left behind for us to use? My people are
guess.
nothing if not resourceful.
They're not really your people, it's just a cult.
As long as I prayed to Lady Shah, I've wished to serve her as a dark justiciar. There is scarcely a greater way to fully dedicate yourself to
I'm
Lady
surprised
Shah,
she still wants
save
to
perhaps if you
serve
become
her,
the
even
head
though
of
she lost her
church.
memory.
To become a dark justiciar is to become the Night Singer's sword arm. Her implement with which she will cast down the unbelievers
I hate her.
and win the final battle to restore her
I can't believe I'm
perfect,
romancing her. I
endless
actually hate her.
darkness. It's all I ever wanted. I prayed
She's
it was my
so
calling.
brainwashed.
But Mother forbid me from seeking to prove myself worthy of the rank. She said I was not ready. Not my mother, I should add.
Part of it is that
The
she's
Mother
hoping she'll
Superior,
remember if she continues.
head of Lady Shah's
nice
enclave
after
in
sex.
Baldur's
I like
Gate.
how you approach her with such
Sometimes
compassion.
I wonder if she would ever deem me ready. I owe her everything.
They all suck at the
and I
beginning.
only wish to
Some
serve,
more than
yet she can
others.
prove
Halston doesn't suck.
inscrutable.
Do you think she'll ever relent and make you justiciar? I don't understand why be so secretive about such ambition. Well, that was a load of nothing. Honestly, yeah, but why so secret?
Dark justiciars are hated by many, judged to be ruthless fanatics. Even the few who would accept a follower of Lady Shah would likely balk at a justiciar in their midst. But there's a simpler answer to your question.
She forgot.
I simply forgot about the desire I had until I saw some things that reminded me. Now, I can't get it out of my mind.
That doesn't seem like a good enough reason. Thanks for sharing.
Thank you.
That's enough.
I had a feeling you'd be understanding.
Okay, goodbye. Yay! An achievement to bloom in darkest night. Nice, I got an achievement. Do I want to talk to Lizelle? She's kind of annoying. Honestly,
Greetings.
everybody's annoying. Like, why does she talk like that? Greetings. Oh, okay, good. Nothing to say. Let's do a proper long rest. No, who wants to talk to me? I just talked to everybody. Oh, is it the dog?
The dog is unable to speak through the small bag he holds in his mouth.
What you got there, baby?
I don't know. Maybe you can tell me. All I know is I thought of you when I saw it.
I've never heard the dog talk.
Master. Friend. I stayed with him until I knew he was gone.
Doggy.
I'll never forget him. But I'm glad to have met you.
Yeah, me too. Let him. Baby. So cute. What did I get? Salami. Great. No, I never have. Let's try owlbear too.
Hello. You are not food. You are friend.
You like it here?
Nice here. The caves smell like rotting
what a
meat.
fun
Goblin
voice
camp
acting.
smells like goblins.
Pet. Pet.
Ooh, more.
Ooh, more. Does the dog still want to talk about
Hope you're
acting?
keeping well, friend.
Okay, no. Oh my god.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Guys, I can attack the dog? Why is this an option? You guys see it? Why is it an option? No, it's so weird. Why? I'm not going to, but why? I just want to know why it's an option. I'm not clicking it. I'll lose so many followers. The curse of free will, truly. Why is Shadowheart glowing so much? Okay, so after every rest, we need to bring out our blade. And we need to bound to it. Yes, all correct. And then Gale needs to do mage armor. And then reset level 1. Spell. And then once we leave, we can get Longstrider on. Yeah, have you seen Old Yeller? Sometimes it's necessary. Let's do level 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Nice. And then as Paisley, who's no longer cursed, we can go talk to Isabel, but I don't think this is the right way. It's true though, I won't take disrespect. I won't accept disrespect. You're not allowed to disrespect me. That dog better watch out.
What's in here?
Oh, a rustic chest.
Wonder what's past this.
Okay, let's go talk to Halson. Nice. Ooh, rippling force mail. Ooh, wow, rare heavy. Gain force conduit. What does that mean? Oh, shoot. Shoot. What's that? I don't understand what this means. Bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage against the affected entity is reduced by 1 per turn. When taking damage. Okay. I wonder if that's better for Lizelle. Definitely not for Shadowheart, but maybe Lizelle. Brings her down to 17. Don't think that's very good, but she can hold on to it. He needs to come back with Chipotle. Guys, I was a very, very understanding. I was being very understanding. I was like, no, it's fine. Let's save money. Just... But inside, I was crushed. And I did sneak bites of my daughter's dinner. Halson, what's going on?
Daniel and me.
You would be so dead. Oh, for sure, Willow.
Climbing up a tree.
It's true then. He's met Daniel. There's no other way he'd know that name. This is just what we needed.
Pretty weird name.
Well done. We need to wake him.
Well done.
He must know
He loves
something
me.
about where to find Daniel.
Oh, thanks. Oh, thanks. Any ideas? There must be another way to lift the curse.
Without Daniel, no. And I don't know how I can find him without speaking to this man.
Aren't you supposed to be a healer? Funny yogurt.
If he was able to escape the Shadowfell, then it mustn't have managed to consume his spirit. Well, not all of it anyway. We need to unlock whatever's left of him, inside his head. There must be something to trigger him. A word, a memory, an item. We just need to find it.
Let's see what I
don't
can
deserve
do.
you, my friend.
I don't deserve you. Oh my god, no you do. Can we keep talking or is that it?
He keeps saying Daniel's name. He must know more. We need to... Without Daniel, no. And I don't know how I can find him without speaking to this man.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
I don't deserve you.
He loves me. Have I checked out everything here? So what am I supposed to do? I think this is just a dock, right? Like, to get here, do I have to go all the way through the toll house? Should we talk to Isabel first, or should we go to the House of Healing first? What do you guys want to do first? Hi, Eldon. I've interacted with the patient. Yes. Should I try it again?
Daniel and me
Hi, NQ. Are you sure he was not a bear?
climbing up a tree.
He keeps saying Daniel's name. He must know more.
Yeah, I can't because he's here now. I do want to romance him. Let's do Halson's stuff first. I haven't gone upstairs, but maybe that's fine. Yeah, and I want Halson part of my party, and I want to get to level 8.
Seen alleyways in Baldur's Gate that are plenty worse.
Do I have a lot of crap on me? Kind of, but it's fine. Am I crazy for doing this? I'm scared if I go talk to Isabel, I might kill everyone in the camp. Oh god, so many tiefling here. Seems to be like a little bit of a dock there, so let's go that way. We have been here before, I'm pretty sure. I believe that's where we're trying to go. Keep going more south. How though? It's all blocked. Oh, this way. Isabel's cute. Should I have talked to her first? Okay, we've got this little path here. Too late. Oh my god! Gil is level 8, everyone. That scared the shit out of me. Oh my god. Why did I just get that? Gain 2 spells, let's go. Okay, so if we're doing fire stuff, I feel like I already have all the fire stuff. Conjure minor elementals, kind of interesting. I don't know. What should we get? Elemental's pretty cool. And then would this help a fire build? Cowboy stripper? No. Cowboy, space cowboy. Try elemental. And then what? Ooh, slow can be fun. I'm not seeing a lot of fire stuff. Mostly probably because we already have all the fire stuff. Ooh, flaming sphere. I do like flaming sphere. And then scorching ray. This seems good too, but can I just learn this from a scroll? I think I have the scroll. I'm not sure. It sounds familiar. I think I've got this scroll. And then you guys said there's a feat that helps with the fire stuff? So far we have alert. What was the feat? Elemental Adept. Your spells and attacks ignore resistance to a damage type of your choice. Yes! Oh, that is sick. Fire. I don't think we even need to go see Bone Daddy for this. So let's make him it matches his outfit perfectly too. Love it. Why did I get XP? I don't know. We got an ad starting here soon. I will be right back. And we'll go try to get Halson. Okay, hopefully you can't hear me chewing. Let's keep going. Everyone should level up soon, I guess. Yeah, we're all so close. I don't know why Gale's a little bit ahead. This is a Mason's Guild?
You know, I've been catching myself smiling more lately.
I wasn't trying to talk to you,
I
but
think
okay.
That's your fault.
Bye. Sorry. Where are we? Let's open up the crate. Nothing in here. Oh, water. I'm almost curious if I want to open this up. I feel like that looks like a trap to me. Some stonemason stuff here. Ew, it's spoiled, but it's still camp supplies. God, it feels like such a trap. No? Am I just paranoid? Too far. Am I not supposed to go this way? Oh shit, okay, we're going around. Stop, 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 stop. Oh my god, this skeleton is so weird. It's standing.
Let this be a warning. Those who defy
seems like a
Shah's
warning.
will shall suffer darkness without her blessing.
Well, we kind of have her blessing, right? I need to go all the way there. I'm scared. Is there gonna be a trap? Is there a trap? This thing is moving.
Wits and blades, always sharp.
It's probably fine. I don't need to freak out. I don't need to be so
least
scared.
Things have stayed interesting.
Right. Oh no, browser went down. Which browser? Everything's fine. Everything's fine.
Something good here, I hope.
Yeah. Can't reach this? Really? Anything over here?
Don't mind if I do.
I think you have to read it. Ooh. What? Shadowheart did what? Perception check? On what? I need to read that. Latest. Because it's a recipe, right? No? Never mind.
Have to keep going.
Here lies the Grand Mason, his bones and lies exposed.
Oh no.
A pile of crushed bones of varying shapes, sizes, and creatures.
Creatures. What a beautiful room. Look at the tile working. What are these statues supposed to be? I don't know if there's anything here. Am I supposed to do something to that?
Here lies the Grand Mason, his bones and lies exposed.
Doesn't seem like I can do anything. Just use.
A pile of crushed bones of varying shapes, sizes, and creatures.
Hi, Gord. It's going well. We're trying to get Halson to be my... let's word this appropriately. My partner. So we're trying to go do his quest now. What is this thing? I guess for stonemasonry? Some sack. I saw a disarm kit here. Let's grab that for sure. We're so low on them. Scroll of Burning Hands, nice. I believe he already has that. Thieves' Tool's nice. Stuff and mount. Oh my god, I just got it. I thought you were referring to the bear at the inn. Yeah, I guess. Sometimes you guys are too witty for your own good. Is there anything out here too? What am I doing up here? I feel like I'm getting distracted. Let's go do the main mission. Oh shit. What did I just press? I just pressed a wheel. Now I'm here. What's down here? There's like nothing here. 5, okay. Well, don't scare me. So far, nothing over here, though.
What's that?
Locked? I can apparently lockpick it. 18! Ooh. Wish me luck. I'm just like totally getting distracted though. There's so much in Act 2. I feel like we've barely scratched the surface. There's a ladder, so I assume that thing I decided to not go down was the ladder. Okay, I don't need to check every barrel. Okay, let's go. Let's not be scared. Note from the Mason. What's the note say? Congratulations on finding this place, thief. But your journey ends here. Uh-oh, it's gotta be trapped. Shadowheart.
Onward, ever onward.
I'm confused. Where's the traps? Helping Elson first is also helping the party. Yeah, he's gonna come to my... He's gonna come to my party. No, he's gonna join my party. That's the plan. I feel like, is this a trap?
That might be worth a look.
Okay.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
Does the cat armor help this as well? To disarm? Yes. Okay, good. Let's go. Yes. Oh, thank God for the cat's armor. Yeah, who needs your rogue when you can just wear cat's armor? Oh, why did he trap just this? That's like awful. But now we have to remember to switch back our outfit. That's like the main issue I have.
On my way.
Oops, trying to do one of these. Not sure what any of this was for down here. What is this? Seluna Temple? Oh my god, Stonemason's Temple? That'd be funny. What's the few exceptions, Eldon? I feel like the cat's one is worth it. Harvest of Memory. Brought to Shadowfell, which is a reflection of the world you're in, and a dark reflection too, rife with wickedness, twisted echoes, and despair by the Raven Queen, and the Shadar Kai are elves. Not elves you might find along the Sword Coast, but elves that reflect their home with their physiology and attitude. Whatever. gloves on some characters, amulets. Yeah, I guess the amulet that gives you a spell back is a pretty good one to switch in and out. Oh, more mommies and daddies. Am I surprised? No, okay. Should I try one of these? Seems like I can only get 2 of them. But I might as well.
With glee.
Okay, 2 are dead, or 1 is dead? 1 is dead. Which was the Wraith? This one's down here.
Time to strike.
Well, you can't. I don't think dash is worth it. Let's just do one of these. Is there one to like illuminate? Just do a fire one.
I will not let failure.
I missed.
On the move.
Just get it. Okay, there we go. Let's not be all together in one spot. Oh, it went right past me. Ouch. Okay, yes, they're coming to me. Nice, nice, nice. Shield one, because shields don't matter. Like, it doesn't matter to upspell them. Oh, cool, Shepherd. Okay. We want to do X-Blade. And then we want to do a Booming Blade. And then we want to do a main hand attack. Nice.
My faith will protect me.
Definitely want to do Aura. Let's see if we can go around. Oh, we are so close to killing it. I go like this. Like this. Just a little bit further. Come on, come on, come on. Just a little bit further. Maybe bring you... Where is everybody else? I don't even know. Just there's fine. Nice.
What should I do?
You don't end your turn. We'll lacerate this thing. Yes! Just enough needed to kill it.
Let's finish this.
Okay, well that one's dead. Okay, end turn. Is it really your turn already? 19, huh? Fire bolt? No. I need to equip more of my fire stuff. This fire bolt is fine. 11, not bad. Lizelle, come back.
On
This
the move.
way, just do a regular attack. There we go, another one dead. Everyone should be leveling up soon. Where are these other ones? They're in the shadow? Okay, well, that doesn't really help. I don't know where they are. Are they gonna come out of the shadow, or...? I just have to try to remember where they are. Here's one. I don't know. What was the point of their turn? I have no idea where they are. I guess I could try cast light or something.
Ready.
Daylight? Just like right here? Aha, there it is. Okay. Back to Paisley.
Easy these days.
Missed. Oh, how could you miss? Staggering smite? Is it worth it? Maybe. Oh my god! Paisley! How could you miss again? There we go.
Need to act fast.
I don't know what else you can do. Just Hunter's Market? You're too far for that. Let's try flying down. Can you not fly? Okay, just move, just move. Gale's turn. It's weird, I can't really see it, but I don't have any more light stuff, do I? I've got... I mean, this is sure to hit. Make it a level 3. Nice, super close.
Swift and lethal. Taking position.
Let's try. There we go. There's another one done. Hunt completed. I don't know what that exactly means. And jump down. Why can't I see them? There's one. Ah, there we go. I can't quite get there, but I can do Eldritch Blast. Did some damage, I guess. It's too far for that. I guess I can just hex it.
Need to stay focused.
Shadowheart needs to get closer. I wish I had Misty Step. Oh, it really sucks to not have Misty Step all the time. Can you jump or something? No. I know.
On I go.
Let's try a Radiant Blast then. Not enough movement, why? Why is the Radiant one melee? I guess she can't really see it. Let's just do a glyph. Do we have a Radiant glyph? I guess lightning might help us see. Maybe not enough movement. Just do it. Just do it. Is Paisley in the way?
Fight. Let's go.
Let's end this.
You can do it. You can't do anything? Is it too dark? Target is blocked. Okay, just end your turn. You're useless. Do a hunter's mark on it. You can't do anything. She just literally just cannot see. What should she do then? Nobody needs healing. Maybe Gale? The wall's in the way. It's not a wall though. It's just a like, come on, you can see through this. Does she have anything that doesn't... Let's try produce flame. Wonder if this can see through it. Aha. Nice. And it gave it a radiating orb. Good.
Wow, so much for peace.
And then you just keep coming.
Let's light them up.
Yeah, literally, but I wish I had more light spells for you. It's 80%. Nice. 19 damage. That's good. Okay. I believe she's currently a light cleric for us too, but we're going to change her to a light cleric soon. So there's one more left. I have no idea where he is. Let's jump up. But she doesn't have a light source.
My path be true.
Perception failed. Okay. Oh, it's right here. Miss. Good. Booming blade, your butt. Oh, look at that one. And then just a stab. Oh my god, a 27 stab. Sick. Okay, everybody's leveled up now. Let's get back to
Like its will be done.
Turn that off. There we go. Okay, level up time, baby. To assign an item to the hotbar, drag its icon from your inventory to the desired location. Did someone in chat make that show up? Because that's literally what you were telling me, right? Okay. Let's level up, baby. Let's do Paisley first. So we gain a spell. We don't need Blight, not really. Dominate Beast? Hi, Dawn. Am I interested in D&D for real? Kind of. I don't know. Nervous, but yeah. I could do it. It would be fun to dress up too, right? You do a lot of costume stuff. I don't think I've ever done that. But it could be fun. I'm really enjoying this game too. This is such a fun game. Some Pal World. Oh man, Mad Lad has been obsessed with that. Ooh, another counter spell could be really nice. What about elemental weapon? I don't know. You can always like dip your shit into stuff. Does that make sense? You're murdering slow watts. I didn't know you could murder in that game. Isn't it supposed to be like family friendly? No. Makes complete sense. Good. Fear. See, when I was in Fear, I thought that was really good. It's only 2 turns though. Gaseous form. I don't really use a lot of my slots here. Oh, what about Branding Smite? Might be good to have some more radiant damage down here. Use it out of combat, but it still is a level 3 warlock slot. And it needs concentration. Damn. No, because I like Hadar's thing for my concentration. Man, none of these are good. Well, I only have 2. That's the problem. Even if any of them are good. Maybe Shatter. I don't have a lot of area stuff. Yeah, so it's like that's why it's not great chaotic. What about Shatter? Damage all nearby creatures and objects. Creatures made of inorganic materials such as stone of disadvantage. Yeah, this would be Paisley's. Well, no, because the Hunger of Hadar is also area. Never mind. Greater invisibility, is that the one you said, Shepherd? Or mirror image? Remove curse. Where's mirror image? Create 3 illusionary duplicates of yourself that distract attackers. That could be fun. Increase your armor class by 3. Maybe that's the best one here. Is that better than just shields? Oh, what? That's what you need me to read? You think Phantasmal Killer is underrated? Say more. Haunt a creature with its worst nightmare. 4 to 40 psychic damage per turn. Cannot move. Yeah. I like that it cannot move. For how many turns? 10 turns? Oh, but this needs concentration. Are most things resistant to psychic? That's what's making me not take it so much. It gets saved a lot. What about the beast? That's also concentration. I don't think I want a concentration spell because I like using Hadar. A lot of these are. Remove curse is interesting. Oh wow, almost everything is a concentration spell. I wonder if branding smite is the way to go for now. The reason I don't love shield and I guess counterspell is because we only have 2 slots for magic. I don't want it to be used up for a reaction. Though invisible doesn't quite matter because I can see everything. Okay, I'm going to take Shatter. Because Hunger of Hadar takes both an action and a bonus action. Sometimes I don't have both. This is a reaction. Oh man. But then mirror image is also really good. It's not concentration. And this is like better than shield in my opinion. Because it's 10 turns. It takes hits off of us. Okay, yeah, I'm doing mirror image. Ooh, and time for a feat. I don't think we need ability improvement, right? My charisma's technically 20. I don't know why it says 19. I thought we made it to 20. No. Doesn't show bonuses. Okay. Alert seems really good. What's this mean? Oh, this is just a bonus action. Oh, it's an action and bonus. No, never mind. When wielding a finesse weapon, which is what I do, you can use a reaction to add your proficiency bonus to your armor class. But I'm already at 20. Is 20 the max? Savage attacker. Ooh, when making melee weapon attacks, you roll damage dice twice and use the highest result. That's kind of fun. The 20 is not the max. So wait, is that one good for me? Ooh, what about this? You can use 2-weapon fighting even if your weapons aren't light. Oh, you cannot dual wield 2-handed weapons. Never mind. Great Weapon Master, maybe? What's a -5 attack roll penalty? You learn 2 cantrips and a level 1 spell from the Warlock spell list. Your spellcasting ability for all 3 spells is Charisma. You can cast the level 1 spell once per long rest. Does this add another spell for me? Penalty teleports you into Civ 7. Hello. I got this. Navras. Does that mean I get an extra spell slot? That would be really good. What are some extra cantrips I can learn? You learn 2 maneuvers from the Battle Master subclass and gain a superiority die to fuel them. That's kind of fun, so I get Lizelle's abilities. Spell Sniper. You learn a cantrip, and the number you need to roll a critical hit with spells is reduced by 1. I am mostly melee. Can give her Sentinel too. Maybe Savage Attacker is the best. It's kind of boring, but it's fine. What's a ritual spell? These ones suck. Fuck. I pressed escape. I'm so sorry, everyone. Come on, Paisley. I'm so sorry. What did we end up picking? I think mirror image. It's okay. This is not too bad. Durable. Dual wielder. So wait, does anyone have any suggestions? Oh, and then I can do one of these. That's kind of fun. Maybe this is the best idea, especially if we're getting rid of Lizelle. Hi, Chris. How you doing? Good morning to you, my friend. Like precision attack could be really fun. Which one? Get the 2 points? Where would I put it? My charisma's already 20. Oh, I gave the gloves to Lizelle. I know, Corey. I'm trying. I don't know if any of these are that great, though. Okay, wait. I kind of like this. What would I get, though? True Strike? Gain an advantage on your next attack roll? That feels crazy to do as an action. Bone Chill doesn't seem that good. Friends? I don't know if I need friends. Mage Hand, definitely not. Poison Spray, just whatever. These are just whatever. And these are spells. But I get a level 1 spell slot. Is that what that means? You can cast the level 1 spell once per long rest. No, that's not what that means. Lucky. 3 luck points. I think I'd rather do the Savage Attacker than Lucky. I thought we already have Hellish Rebuke. Maybe let's go Savage Attacker. What does everyone think of that one? What did you suggest, Shepherd? Resilient, Constitution, or Warcaster? Resilient. Increase an ability by 1 to a maximum of 20 and you gain proficiency in that ability? What would I do? Like dexterity? Oh wait, Constitution. Okay, that could be fun. And then you said, or Warcaster. You have advantage on saving throws to maintain concentration. You can use a reaction to cast Shocking Grasp at a target moving out of melee range. I guess that's fine. What do you guys think about Savage Attacker? Oh my god, cheers, Chris. 55 consecutive streams. That is so amazing to see. Thank you so much. Especially considering how early you have to get up. You would tend to give it to Barbarian and Fighter, not sure about Warlock. Yeah, okay, let's go Savage Attacker. Because I am a melee Warlock. I'm like 90% melee. Okay, she gets a new feat. Oh, good, great, not you two. What does she want? Wait, you guys told me to do Great Weapon Master. Right? I think we already discussed this. When you land a critical hit or kill a target with a melee weapon attack, you make another melee weapon attack. Wait, what is this? What is, you take a -5 penalty to attack rolls you make with a melee weapon. You have a +10 bonus to damage rolls you make with a heavy melee. What's the difference? What does that mean? Trade 5 to hit to get 10 more damage? What does that mean, though? Oh, so she might miss, but it's going to hurt. Okay. Either we do great weapons or we bring her strength to 20. What do you guys prefer? If she kills or crits, she gets a bonus action option. Master? Master. Yeah, seems pretty cool. Can we turn it off? Can we toggle it off mid-battle, though? And then Shadowheart. So are we respecking her? Okay, is this all the same again? You learn 2 cantrips and a level 1 spell from the cleric spell list. You can cast this, blah, 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 and it uses your wisdom. Oh, Sacred Flame? Could be fun. But then what else? Like Blade Ward? I already know all of these spells. But it uses my wisdom. What is her wisdom? 18. Alert Warcaster. Wisdom increase, yeah. Okay, wait, what about Warcaster? Because her concentration is really important. Because that's her radiant spell. And we can use a reaction if anyone moves out of melee. Nobody ever really moves out of melee territory. Yeah. So any other ideas? We could just do ability improvement. Bring her wisdom up to 20. I'm pretty sure it's not already at 20. I just think that like her attacks use wisdom? Because I sometimes feel like they don't. She doesn't really use weapon attacks. Oh, I wish Radiant was here, but I guess that's not an element. Okay, let's just get her to 20 then. And it'll prepare an extra spell slot. All her spells use wisdom. Okay, cool. I'm Dr. Marcus. Welcome in. Okay, we did it. We leveled everybody up. We need to change Gale's spells. Make sure all of the fire ones are in there. Let's get rid of that. Get rid of the laughter. What fire ones do I have? Wall of fire. Fireball. Burning hands we can add in. I think that's it for my fire. Maybe get rid of the glyph and add ice? I'm not sure. Not too late. I'm not sure if we really need to fully respec him, Afro. And then, is there anything to learn that's fire related? Oh, where's the... I thought I had rays. Fire rays. Where'd that go? Seems like I don't have it anymore. I must have used it. Hopefully I can find it again. And then what else did I want to do? Yeah, change his stuff to be fire related. So take out... Wait, I don't even know. What do I have that's fire related? We should do Shadowheart. Yeah. Okay, let's do Shadowheart. When you deal fire damage or using a spell or cantrip that fuses in your weapon, that's not useful. That's not it. Self-immolation. We want that. Is this a bonus action? Nice. Is that it? What is this one? That's self-immolation. What's this one? I just see in the dark. No, I don't want that one. Heat build is different. How is heat build different? But you guys said it's okay if I do fire damage to myself. I don't know. None of this is good. Let's go to camp for a second. Or maybe we should...
On it.
No, not you, not you.
Before the shadows, there was once a house full of warmth and children's
God.
laughter in this one's
That's creepy.
life.
Here goes nothing.
No more. A happy, faded memory comes to you.
Oh no, this is so
A
sad.
woman walking along a beach, holding hands
A
with
marina.
Anna's calloused hands work a hammer and chisel around a massive slab of rock. Months from now, a face will take a distant memory of a man stretching his back with a groan. Another day of hauling masonry blocks done.
The ancient map depicts an area surrounding Moonrise Towers in detail, depicting a profusion of local fauna. Fun. Let's go quickly back to camp, see what kind of items I have. So if I do this, go by type, and then I can check out rings, boots, no, where's the hat? Fire, hat of fire? What is arcane acuity? Is this better than the hat we're currently wearing? But he's not gonna... Oh yeah, I mean, this hat does nothing for him. But it looks cool. Oh, he's not gonna be my space cowboy anymore. He's now my space witch. I guess it still looks cool. Okay, so then what else do we need that helps with fire? We've got this fire shield one. I kind of like the gloves. Oh, but I already have Misty Step. Maybe I should give this to her. What's her boots? I mean, I like her boots too, so let's give him new shoes. Any shoes in here? Man, I don't have a lot of shoes. Hi, Poppy. I'm doing good. I'm looking for shoes. How are you doing? If you check Fireball, for example, it says Dex save. Arcane acuity makes it harder for the enemies to make the Dex save and thus take full damage. Okay, so it's really good, right? What other boots are there? I have no good boots. I guess put these back on. You know, it's not the worst. It's actually pretty good. And then I don't know if there's any better gloves. No. It's the lightning stuff. Where's the fire stuff? I don't really have a lot of fire stuff, guys, do I? What am I doing? Middle snare? Do I have it? I don't see it. Just got click heels. I don't really use that very often, but I have to say, I believe Paisley is not using... Ah, this is a spell. Okay, yeah, give that to her. There we go, that's smart. So wait, does now Gale not have Misty Steps? He does. Now he has Misty Step. Okay, cool. And now he has click heels. Which is probably fine. Missile snare. Where is it? I wish I could search in here. None of these are that important that he's holding on to. It popped up a second ago. Missile snare, missile snare. On me or in here? Aha, gloves of missile snaring. You can intercept missiles from ranged weapon attacks, reducing their damage. Ooh, who wants that? I don't know who would want that though. Right? Because these gloves are better? The ranged ones. So many good gloves. Is there no more fire stuff here? Oh, okay, wait. When one of your cantrips deals acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder damage, add your spellcasting modifier to the damage dealt. Is this good? Yes, quite good. Okay, let's do that one. What did I take off? I don't even... Oh, magic missile. Okay, yeah. And then she's got shield on, which is kind of nice. But do you still need it when you have shields there? I don't know. And then...
Can't afford to stay idle.
No more healer. We're graduating out of the healer. Let's go make her a light cleric. I don't really know what a light cleric does though. Where's Bone Daddy?
No time to waste.
Bone Daddy? Where is he? This is Halsin's tent? Yeah, in ad break, but that's fine because we're just respecking here, not doing anything exciting. Well, I'm trying to respec. I can't even find my daddy. Aha.
Worth talking to, perhaps.
Thou hast now a bosom companion.
A bosom companion?
Take care that thou art not distracted on thy quest.
Excuse me?
Recall that in time, all becomes dust and bone.
What's my bosom companion?
Fate spins along as it should.
Okay.
Dost thou require a new ally?
Change my
As
class.
thou desire.
Cleric. Light domain. Ooh, fairy fire. Wait, this seems like the this isn't radiant though. She fell for me, yeah. I did give her an orchid. But none of this is radiant damage. Oh, War Domain is radiant. Oh, wait, what about this one? War Domain? Hi, Miss Queen. How you doing? Lovely to see you. It's level 1. Give it time. So go light domain and it'll eventually become more radiant. Okay, I'm trusting you all. Definitely want Sacred Flame. I never get to do Bursting Sinew, so let's do Sacred Flame. That's probably good. Life has a radiant catnip. Is it this one or a different one? Because this is just light. And then you're telling me to respec her here? What do you want me to do? Reduce Constitution? Wisdom can't go any higher. Less charisma. More Dex or Con. And then even reduce this. I can only go 15 with these, which doesn't make any sense. She's so stupid though. You would get rid of Produce Flame and add in what? Resistance? I feel like I never do this. Because it takes a full action. Do you guys agree? Do resistance? I'll give it a shot. She doesn't need to be charismatic. Go all the way down. Go up on dexterity. I can only go 15 though. Which doesn't seem good. How come this takes 2 ability points? Yeah, okay, so no charisma, but then I don't know what to do. Because then it's 15 charisma. Or I can make strength 10. Okay, yeah, there we go. Yeah, I like her skill proficiencies. Okay, we good? Yep. Yay! Now we have to level her up like 10 times. Let's see. Okay, starting with level 2. We now have... Here we go. Radiance of the Dawn. Nice. Just accept. Oh, I'm excited. Oh my god. Can you believe we're not gonna have a healer anymore? Can I change my spells here? Definitely want Guiding Bolt. Oh my god, what do we want? Wait, what am I changing? I don't want that one. I want Hold Person. And I liked Silence. Don't want Protection from Good and Evil. I have guiding bolt already. What is con spells? Like concentration or constitution? You and your ally cannot be targeted until you attack or harm a creature. I mean, that's literally all the time. Do I need bless? I took silence and I took hold person. Oh my god, this is getting confusing. Constitution increases your concentration. No way. Duh, I guess. I guess spiritual weapon. I use that a lot. Wait until level 8. Because I guess I can switch them out. Is that what you're saying? Cantrip. We can now add, I don't know, Blade Ward. I guess now I can add Produce Flame. And then feet. I want to increase her wisdom. By 1 or 2. Or Warcaster here. I mean, I'll get there eventually, right? I think I want to do 19 wisdom, but then how do I get to the last one? At least 18, right? You'll be able to use 2 dice versus... I don't know what that one is. Okay, I'll do this one first. Daylight or Fireball? I guess Daylight for her. We already have Fireball. Beacon of Hope? That's kind of fun. I do like glyphs. Wait, can I not I can't switch it. Oh my god. Okay, so wait, you're telling me to wait till level 8 to switch this. I can't switch any of this. Never mind. Okay, just keep going until level 8. Okay, what do we get now? Oh, Guardian of Faith. Yeah, I can't change these. Okay, now we're at level 8. Okay, now I want to switch these out, huh? Speak with the Dead, Feign Death, Prayer of Healing. No more curing people. Is that stupid? Okay, all of this is fine. No protection energy. Okay, I like these ones. Level 4. Freedom of movement is pretty good. And then we definitely want Spirit Guardians, is one of my favorites. I mean, Revivify still might be good. But this is an action and I might as well just use a scroll. I don't know. Maybe remove curse is better. She's still a cleric. I don't think mass healing is the best. 8 is so low. Lesser restoration. Oh wait, remove curse is more important than disease, poison, and paralysis and blindness. Yeah. Is there any other radiant stuff I'm missing? I don't think so. I already have silence in, hold person in. Maybe Beacon of Hope? It's a concentration spell though. I don't know if I like Death Ward. Mass healing is better. What about bestow curse? Yeah, I got Guardians of Faith. Bestow's good? Okay, let's try bestow. I still have one more, maybe a lower level one. Why don't we do this one that's a bonus action, healing word. And then her next feat. Should I not do ability improvement? I just wish I could get this to 20, but I'm sure there's some way to get this to 20, right? I swear her wisdom was 20. Maybe I have something on me. Get her to 20. Yay, she's respect. We have Radiance of the Dawn now. Wait, what's the other thing you guys were talking about that I just got? Oh, it's gonna take me a minute to learn her ability. Guardian of the Faith? Oh, I can't because I'm not proficient with the helmet. Wait, what? Why are you not proficient with this helmet? Oh, what? I thought she was proficient with this helmet. Oh, so, medium. Is everything else okay? I don't think Paisley is either, so nobody can wear this helmet? That's not good. Unless we don't need Psionic Revenge. And just give this to her. Now she can't be crit as well. I don't think she had anything else for that. And then... what other helmets do we have? Obscured, Shrouded in Shadow. Man, that's it. Right? Yeah. She'll never be in shadows? Holy Lance Helm. What is that one? True tethered. But what should we put on her? We can always turn it off, but I guess she could wear the Githyanki one. Just give him psychic damage. We lose all the Githyanki stuff. Otherwise, I have intelligence can be 17. But like, what's the point of making her intelligent? It is, oh, I've got this nature +1. +1 to saving throws when attacked while obscured in shadows. Constitution saving throws +1. It's not the worst. Oh, I have this one, Helm of Smiting. When you apply a condition with one of your smite spells, you gain temporary hit points equal to your charisma modifier. That's for Paisley. Yeah, we should, that Paisley should be wearing this. She's a smiter. Oh, is it only for paladins? I thought Paisley smites all the time. And then, okay, we could do this insane wisdom one. Or sorry, intelligence one. 17 intelligence is pretty nice. Okay. And then that brings Shadowheart's ability back. There we go. Okay, I'm excited. We have a new Shadowheart, everyone. No more healing. She still has a bit of healing. It's not the worst. Oh, but then you know what? That means we should... She basically has become not a healer anymore. Yeah, we've changed all this. Okay, cool. New shart just dropped. And just in time for me to go to bed. We'll play more Baldur's Gate tomorrow. Should I be playing some Civ? I don't know. We'll see. I need like full brain energy, so it depends if I can take a nap. Here's the Discord. If you guys missed our walkthrough of the exhibit I went to, it's all on Discord. You can read everything I've shared over there, and you can finish off the falconry parts yourselves. Yeah, join our Discord, and here are my VODs if you'd like to catch up, and of course socials if you'd like to tell me how disgusting I am and how much you hate me, because apparently that's what it's for. Thank you everyone so much for hanging out. Thank you for all the support. I very, very much appreciate it. It's been nice being back. Yeah, thank you all for the help respecking. Very appreciate that as well. Let's see who we can raid out to tonight. Oh, is it Tuesday? Oh, it's Monday. Well, is Moose playing some Civ? No, he's playing Humankind because it's the 5th anniversary. But we can go still see some Humankind. That might be okay. We should raid Moose tomorrow because I really want to play some GeoGuessr with him in his community. It's always really fun. Or we can raid someone playing Baldur's Gate and meet somebody new. Solar Honor Dirge. Okay, perfect. That's exactly where we want to be in our future. So let's go raid this. Oh, and look, they have a Karlach. That's fun. Let's go say hello and wish them luck on their solo honor dirge. That means Dark Urge, right? Tempest Cleric time. Oh my god, that sounds like so much fun. We're just watching Karlach sleep at the moment, but I guess let's go see what we're missing out on. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you again.